Yo. Howdy. Oh, trying to get my protein. So getting things a little set up. But the good news, everything is pretty good. Let's check our buns. Could use a little more time. Whatever. Sorry, there's a bunch of stuff changing on the screen right now. Just waiting for my producer to get it all set up. Ooh. All good. We good? Is you the viewer, producer? Okay. Great. We're gonna be making a bunch of stuff today. I've got koji on the mind. We got some stuff in the mail. Some koji spores. So I've got a bunch of different ones here. We've got light rice koji starter for amazake, light rice misos, and koji pickles. I have shoyu koji starter for soy sauce, right? That's shoyu. Red rice koji starter for red rice misos, which age from 4 weeks to 12 months. I think that's the one we're going to be looking at. Amazake takes 8 to 10 hours. Light rice miso, 1 to 12 months. Pickles, 4 hours to a month. Right. We're probably going to be using this one. I've got soybean hacho koji starter. So this is supposed to go straight on soybean as opposed to inoculating a rice grain and then being mixed with soy. And then we have the barley koji starter, which is going to be used for barley misos or natto, which is gross, right? Natto's the bean, the gross booger bean. We're not going to do that. But, right, tempeh is the one that's kind of different. I was thinking, anyways, we will probably be using this red rice miso because I have a bunch of skins and odds and ends of tomatoes that were pressed through a mill, and then the leftover bits, I saved them because I thought maybe, I got a book here. Sorry. It's a little scatterbrain, trying to get everything together. I was just driving around earlier, and I was looking for something for a sauce for tonight, and I couldn't find it. It is a Peruvian herb called huacate. I attempted to grow it this year, but our starting from seed operations didn't work out for that one. So we'll have to try again next year, or maybe do some hydroponic stuff with it. But yeah, I went to the Mexican food store. Uh, ¿Ustedes tienen comida peruana? No. Okay, great. They don't have Peruvian food there. So I gotta go look at a bunch more Mexican food places, see if we can find huacate. In the meantime, I've got a bunch of herbs over here from my garden that are supposed to be combined to like mimic it. So I think they said like thyme, oregano, and mint. I've got a couple sprigs of mint over here. Are supposed to be a good substitute, and also cilantro. But we're making ají amarillo and ají verde today. Um, they already call for cilantro, so using cilantro as a substitute in a sauce that already has cilantro in it is kind of missing the mark, right? And yeah, so these sauces, Peruvian sauces, are normally, ají amarillo, ají orange, right? It's referencing, these are ají limos right here. These little peppers, I think I talked about them last week. I had grown them. And we had a couple pepper plants back there that I wasn't sure of exactly what they were. And, they looked similar to this, but I couldn't tell if they were limos, and they weren't really ripening. And then yesterday I picked one, and it was orange. Amarillo. Well, like, yeah, those ones come out orange. So we do have ají amarillo, which is really good. But I picked the one yesterday and ate it. So we don't have any of those for the sauce, but we have other orange peppers, and we can use ají limos. So it is auténtico in some way. Yee. Okay. Yeah, sure. My producer is always good at documenting things. I'm not. That's why I have a producer. And so here, sorry, too many things at the same time. Basically, you make ají verde or ají amarillo, right? Ají amarillo is like is more of a dipping sauce, but it's based off of a sauce that's like called huancaine, which is like you can serve it with noodles, over rice. A lot of times with potato, papa huancaine, and they do it in these like kind of like the little cookie tins that you can use to like shape up your cookie. Uh, they like do it up kind of like tartare, where it's like a vertical circular guy, and they'll do that with this yellow sauce, huancaine. And I believe the ají amarillo sauce is similar, but more for like dipping stuff in, as opposed to like a thing that you make into a dish. You know what I mean? It's more of a dipping sauce. And the same goes for like ají verde. You probably see it on TikTok or whatever as like green Peruvian sauce or whatever. And everyone always uses jalapenos. And if you look in their comment section, they're getting lit up because they don't have any of these. Because you can't get these anywhere. You have to fucking grow them. And that's what I did. And we didn't manage to grow huancaine, or huacate, sorry. Too many words. We did manage to grow some of these. And so at least it is somewhat authentic. Or it will be. And basically, we're making these sauces. We've got Dungeons and Dragons tomorrow. I'm preparing stuff, and we're going to do burgers and French fries. And so I got a bun in the oven. Well, I'm proofing some buns, and then I was going to make these sauces, and then we'll have like a French fry kind of potato wedge guy, probably in the air fryer, because after we're done with the koji, it's going to have to sit in the oven for like 4 days. So yeah, we're making these sauces for dipping with your French fries. We're making buns for the burgers, der burgers, and then we're making koji for the tomato miso that I want to make. So that's kind of what's going on today. It's just kind of a rundown. And I know you're thinking like, why don't you just go buy buns? They're like $1, $2, $3, $4, whatever. Like, what's the upside to spending all day? I got some sourdough starter from a friend. Uh, and so they're like sourdough buns, which should be good or at least tasty. Uh, the thing is, I make a lot of my own food, right? And it not only is it fun to try and make new things I haven't made before. I'm not exactly a baker, but it's also a thing where like, I mean, every once in a while, I don't know, maybe more than every once in a while, you have a hot dog, you have a hamburger, right? And even around, and not even like going out, but like around the house, right? You know, for dinner. It's easy, right? And the last couple years, whenever we do brats or we do burgers or I get frozen French fries and we do them in the oven, you know, you bake them and stuff. I've been noticing I've been getting a lot of inflammation. The back of my mouth, like up near my like tonsils area, just gets really swollen. And afterwards, I have like a day. The next day is like not great. So I'm trying to like selectively find out what is what. So yesterday we did roasted chicken with some of these potato wedges, just trying out some stuff. And we actually made some of the ají amarillo sauce. It's actually over there for us to snack on because I don't make things quickly on stream. But I noticed, you know what I mean? I was eating roasted chicken and like a French fry sort of thing. Everything was the same as it would be if I bought rotisserie chicken from the store or like French fries to be frozen and then done up. And I noticed today I didn't feel any bad way about it. Like I feel really fine right now. I don't feel all this like inflammation. You know what I mean? Like it just like hurt. I almost feel like I like get sick or something. I don't know. There's some sort of inflammation happening. And so I want to see if I make my own buns, if it goes away, right? Because I'm not going to go to some doctor and get a pill for general inflammation or whatever. Or it would be ibuprofen. I should just be taking ibuprofens or whatever. Um, what if I just make it and it's better? Um, and this is like my first time trying this out, and you know, as you do things more and more, they get less and less hard to do, right? They become more frictionless as a result of practice. So this will be the most lengthy it will probably be, and I'm doubling it up for a group of people tomorrow. So I'm making like 12 buns. Uh, we'll see. We'll see how they come out. Um, yeah, so sauces for fries, buns for burgers, koji, which is an inoculated rice grain, for miso. We've got these frozen bags of the odds and ends of these tomatoes, right? And I feel like tomatoes would be a really good candidate for a miso because the whole idea of making miso, and a lot of these things show you all of that, is to organically make monosodium glutamate. I mean, that's kind of the reverse engineered way as to why those things came about. People did them because they were tasty. But the common ingredient, you know, as in kombu, as in all these things, is monosodium glutamate, right? So we want that. And when I'll make koji, right, it's going to make all these enzymes that break stuff down, right? And then I'm going to take this inoculated rice grain, I'm going to mix it with salt, or the rice grain, the salt, and then the medium, which is going to be these tomatoes. And one great thing about tomatoes is they have a lot of glutamates. So I think that a tomato miso might be a good candidate for maximizing some monosodium glutamate, right? Sodium, glutamate, monosodium glutamate. Sounds easy, right? All right. So I might go pick a couple peppers. Okay. I'm getting some stuff from my producer. You know what? I'll be back in a minute. I gotta go get some pfeffer, some chilies from the garden. And do we need any more basil or any of that stuff? I'm not sure. Might need some. But right now we need peppers. Chilis. Ajis. Right? And I'm sorry if it's not exactly satisfying to get a part of it, right? We're just gonna inoculate the koji, right? We can try the sauces; they'll be good, right? And the buns, you can obviously taste those. But it's kind of impossible to do a stream of making koji because it takes days, right? You need to inoculate a thing. You're fermenting something for like half a week, and so it's not exactly practical for a stream. So I tried to make the most interesting slice of it, which would either be the part where you make the koji or the part where you mix the koji and make the miso for the first time, right? And I thought it'd be more interesting to do this than to just take something that's already made and mix it with something else and go, ta-da! Now we wait months, you know what I mean? Because that part even is like not the end, right? You have to press it over a long period of time. So making koji sounds like the most interesting part, and that is what we're doing. All right. Dun dun. Here. All right. I'm going to go get some more stuff from the garden, and I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. All right. Back. It's kind of hard to hold the light and a cutter and a pepper at the same time while holding other peppers at the same time. So I got a couple little Anaheims, some like good sweet peppers, and like four more. Oh shit, the light's still on. Four more of these ají limos. So should have enough for a couple sauces here. And if we need more herbs after the ají amarillo, I should be able to go get some. But in terms of peppers, I think we should have enough. Right. So yeah, we can go for it. I've got a lot of pepper plants out there that have a real hard lean on them. I really wish I had more of those little tomato cages, because you can just use them for your peppers, right? I got pepper plants like this tall, like this tall, and they're just like, whoom, like my ají amarillo plant has like subsumed another pepper plant, and which has subsumed the one next to it, and they're all just like leaning forward, right? Because they're leaning towards the sun, and they want to sprawl, but I want them to be tall, right? Because if the fruit sits on the ground, it goes bad. Yeah, so here we are. But we can make our ají amarillo right now. I really am disappointed that I couldn't get any huacate from the store. It's a bit of a bummer, but what are you gonna do? A fork and a little plate. Producer needs a little fork and a little plate. And a Coca-Cola. This has got rice on it. You're always getting, you know what? The rice is gone. You get the plate with rice on it. I wonder who left rice on a plate. And a little Coca-Cola. Okay. I don't think we have little ones. We just have regular ones. So, I'll have to give you this instead. All right. As with all troubling situations. Ooh, new follower. Wonderful. Where? Oop. This minute. Alex Bay. G2 Sweet. All right. I would like a little tuple for my troubles. Had some food projects to get done, or like some infrastructure projects to get done today. I got one of the two of them done, the easier of the two. So I'm going to need to do the other one tomorrow. I sharpened my knives, everybody. Finally. So that's why they look like shit. That's why they look all scratched up, because I scratched the shit out of them. Productively. But maybe not exactly as accurately. But hey, what are you going to do? It's all practice, right? And I haven't sharpened knives for about a year. So. All right. As always, feel free to ask any questions if you have any questions. Always good to answer questions. Yeah, we've got mint, basil, thyme, oregano, and rosemary, all from our garden. This is fun. It's always good. I want to start doing hydroponic stuff here. That's a project I got to work on. And I want to start up, need to get myself a 3D printer. And then, like, I've got, like, things, you know, we've all got things that we always get a lot of. I get a lot of these, like, hot pickled jalapeno slices, right? We've all got these like glass jars that we use, right? Adam's peanut butter jar, whatever, what have you. And they're nice, they're glass, right? So wouldn't it would be great if we could use them instead of just like throwing them to the recycle bin? I mean, like a lot of stuff, they say it gets recycled and it doesn't even get recycled. So like what the fuck is the point, right? And so I think it would be a good idea to start trying and taking all the different kinds of glassware that I use regularly and making little toppers, plastic toppers, to do hydroponic stuff. I think it would be really fun. And I think it'd be a very doable project. And so, yeah, I think it'd be a good idea. All right, to start off with our ají amarillo, we are going to roast a bunch of stuff. Is this all the garlic we have left? Fuck me. I go through garlic. I'm one of those garlic sluts they talk about, I guess. This is all we have left. I literally bought 3 bulbs like 4 days ago. Guess I put them all in the chicken. So. We'll do the onion first, right? Because it can go in there the longest. And we're just going to saute up some of these things. Maybe get a little char on it. Get some fajita smell going on in here, right? It'd be nice. That's what it smelled like yesterday anyway. I really wish I could get huacate. That would have been nice. I wanted to like get it and then try to reverse engineer it with the spices that I have over there. So I could actually tell people what to try to replace it with. But now I don't have it. I gotta go. I gotta go scour the lands for this fucking Peruvian spice. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe, I don't know. I got a couple places in mind. There's many places to look. A couple places that might be better to look, so I don't know. Also wanted to get ají panca, which is another ají, right? It's like their word for peppers down there. And so ají panca is like you know how there's like peppers in chipotle or whatever, right? Chipotle peppers and adobo sauce or whatever. It's like that, but Peruvian kind of. But it is just like a paste sort of thing, and that's the one that you're supposed to use for anticuchos, which is a marinated beef heart skewer, which we had many of down in South America, and it is super fucking tasty. And with the price, oh, look at that. It cuts. It can cut. Anyways, wow. With the price of meat going up, it is good to find alternatives that taste good, right? And lots of times what happens when the price goes up, or when you buy something that's cheaper, right? You end up with something, right? Take ground beef, for example. What's more expensive, 93% or 73%? The 93% is way more expensive, right? Because it's easier to pad the ground beef with fat, right? I just went and bought some ground beef today for tomorrow. And so that's, a bummer, especially if like you're trying to lose weight, you're trying to like get things that fit your macros and all this shit, and you got to deal with the fucking like just all you can afford is fatty meat. Great, fucking awesome. Well, the fun thing is with heart is it's super lean, right? The heart itself is like the ones you'll get there's fat all around it, but the heart part is lean, like very lean, and it's $2 a pound. So you can get like a 9-pound bag of heart. It's got like 2 beef hearts in it, and it's fucking $18. That sounds like a fucking steal for me, especially as I'm trying to get like lean stuff, right? I don't want to pay $6 a pound for some fucking, it's just for a conglomerate of cows mixed together, right? I'd rather or I guess but you got right? It's like you get quality assurance, you lean, and it's cheap. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So I'm liking eating heart, and I got the smoker out there, and I just crank that fucker up, and put everything next to the firebox, and you can grill pretty well. So, yeah, we're just gonna toast these. Maybe let's turn it down a little bit. Don't want to burn stuff, but we want to toast it. Let's get this on. Yeah, and so anticuchos are wonderful. In South America, in their own context, in the context of where they're from. And up here, they're wonderful in the context of where we are, right? Cheap and easy. That's probably part of the reason why they eat them a lot down there, right? Because a lot of the cattle, you know, the prime cuts go somewhere else. And they're left with things people don't want to eat. So, you know, get you some, right? Yeah, but the ají panca is like a critical part. That's the pepper part that people like to use. And it's a paste, right? You can get by with other kinds of peppers, but boy howdy, the Peruvians really, really love their peppers. And you know, they made all their own peppers, right? They cultivated them all. So it's not like a thing where, like, you know, they're like the Incans and the Aztecs and the Mayans, they did all the work for us, right? And then we took, you know, maybe the Thai chili, right? We selectively bred it a little bit more to be something different. But like, fuck, they did so much work. And then all anyone in America can say about pepper is like, jalapeno? You mean like a jalapeno or a bell pepper? Those are the only two kinds I know. And they've just got this voracious pepper culture down there. So I'd like to do it authentic if I can help it. A little schmaltz. Yeah, so we're just gonna saute up some peppers and onions here. This is all gonna get blended, right? This was and I'm gonna keep playing around with this recipe. And when I get a recipe that I think tastes like what we had down in South America, I think I'm gonna settle on that, right? The one we had yesterday was all right. It was pretty good. When you mixed it with the chicken, then it started to be a little more reminiscent of what it was supposed to be. And the ones down in South America was a little bit more of a mayonnaise-based one, whereas this one was more of like using a lot of like cotija, like a crumbly, salty cheese. So maybe I'll add a little more mayonnaise to this and see what the fuck is up. What? Oh, it tastes better today? Hey, let me try it. I'm being told that it tastes better today.
The papa.
Oh, papa. It might be one of those things where it takes a couple days, too. I just think the consistency is off from what I remember. Because this version ends up being like a chunkier, almost like a chutney, or I guess like a salsa. But the one down there was almost like of a ranch-like consistency. You know what I mean? Maybe they like passed it through a sieve or something to get it smoother. Could do. I don't know. But we're just going to try to improve on what I did yesterday. See if we can get anything a little closer to the mark. You know, do our buns. Huns. Oop. Let's toss this around. We're just churning this. If you got anything that's like coming up real black and like you don't have another side to turn to, feel free to just pull it out. You know, we're not here to overly burn stuff, but we do want to burn it like a little bit, right? This is all good char. See that? That's good. We like that. I think we're going to save the rest of these for the other sauce. And I actually have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Been listening to a lot of this band called the Yellow Jackets. Pretty good. Just kind of came up randomly. It's one of those things where, you know, because I like jazz, and jazz is old. So there's just so much stuff I haven't heard before that is all, like, really good. You know what I mean? So it's like late 70s, early 80s, right? The album itself says, like, recorded in digital. And you're like, oh, whoa, digital recording? Are we in the future? So yeah, that's the first Yellow Jackets album. And then there's another one on Spotify that's higher up, and that's like 95. So it's like almost even more like Bela Fleck-y. Ooh, smells really good. Let's grab a container. What do we got? Fuck. This is the one that's meant for the blender. Although I'm remembering yesterday, it was not something I wanted to do to put hot stuff directly into this plastic vessel. So I will resume with what I did yesterday, which is pulling the hot stuff over to this guy, or the cooked done stuff, right? Like a little piece of garlic, right? They want to go real quick. This pepper has got a decent amount of char on it. We'd like to keep things going as long as we can, until we can't. And so selectively pulling these things out can help us get better char without burning things, which is helpful. Come on. Right, because all these things are different sizes, so they're not cooking at the same rate. And they're all getting kind of just tossed around, so they're not even being exactly cooked evenly. You know what? Perhaps we should just turn this off. Yeah. We'll pull it off the heat. Like that. Cool. We'll get it blended up. And we'll start adding our spices. And like I said, the real one down in South America, I'm sure it had a fair amount of cheese in it. They got their own kind of cheeses. A lot of them are very much like cotija, where it doesn't melt. It just turns rubbery if you try to heat it up. And it's like a crumbly, right? And the only ones that weren't like that down in Peru. Sorry, I keep just saying South America like it's one place. The only ones that weren't like that were like mantequilla, queso de mantequilla. It's like butter cheese, right? Mantequilla is butter. I think so. So yeah. So I would say cotija is probably the closest thing you could get to a cheese you would find in Peru, and it's not even that far off. So that's a convincing replacement. Let's check on this again. Let's see. Got this like rapid proofing guy in here. Still proofing. I almost feel like the regular proofing on here was more effective than the rapid proofing. Go. Is it doing anything? What? No. That's the whole idea of proofing, right? You need to like proofing, right? You can't have it over like, I mean, 100 degrees is cutting it, right? Otherwise, you're going to start burning up your yeast, right? But everything up to 100 degrees is really good. They like that shit, right? So, I mean, I think that's the general idea. Over like 105, you really start killing a lot of them. Over 100, ferment's probably not exactly happy. Up to around 100, it's pretty good. I think it's like 85 to 100 is like peak. Maybe 85 to 95, 80 to 95. I don't know. They've all got different ranges of stuff. So, ooh, the screen's changing again. Always love that. No, it's okay. I'm pestering my producer. Okay. Okay. We're gonna stop and change to food, I guess, on Twitch. Or on Twitch or on Twitch. Okay. We're trying out the just chatting one. I'm sorry if it's not working out. We're figuring this out too, man. I don't know. Why don't you like it? Why is it? Oh, there's too many big people. Okay. Okay, sure. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, I get it. Howdy, Twitch. We're back. YouTube. We've always been here. Yeah, we're making this sauce. We're doing a bunch of sauces. We're making koji, making buns, doing a bunch of shit, right? This is the time of the week where I get to sort of experiment with foodstuffs. So we're just gonna experiment, right? We're making Peruvian sauces today for my Dungeons and Dragons session tomorrow. So we can dip our French fries in it. And I'm making buns. Do we have any viewers on YouTube right now? Sorry, just a question. I'm wondering if there's any continuity, right? Any idea? Oh, no. Okay, wonderful. going to blend this down before we add more stuff. But we got good char. Nothing exactly burned, right? But a lot of things almost burned, which is kind of good. Oh, hey, we got our viewers back. Hopefully it's the same people or different people. I don't know. People. That's what's important. The blender. That's what we want. Gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. And I'll just take this vinegar. We'll see if vinegar kind of gets us closer to the... I mean, you get what I mean? Like the sauce, like this sauce is like fun and rustic, but the one in Peru is like almost like something you'd find in a pizza parlor. Like something like our horsey sauce or what. I mean, I know that's like fucking, what is that? We Got the Meats place. Is that what their thing is called? Horsey sauce or whatever. You know, it's like something, oh, it's almost like that. Like it's got its own shtick, but like that was like, I feel like I could find it there. God, that smells so fucking good. Oh. Howdy, howdy. Oh, hey, we don't need this on anymore. Doop. Make things a little more calm. Tranquilo. All right. As always, questions are welcome and warranted. All right. I'm going to just fucking add all this. Yeah, we'll just go in with all that. It can take a lot of spice, or a lot of sour, rather. And we'll just remove this while we're not blending and set it up here. How about that? This recipe also called for some milk for whatever reason. Should I, producer, should I replace this with mayonnaise?
Yeah, try it.
I think that would be closer. I think that would be closer to the mark. We have some Kewpie and we have some Kraft avocado mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. All right. Let's just go in with some of this. Right. It's always good to check your things, even though the dates don't even fucking matter, I guess. No, I got it. Quit producing me. Wait, please help me. Is it on the bottom?
No, it's like on the label.
It's on the label. Okay. Oh, here it is. Ding ding. Yeah, we're good. Sorry. Okay. And I will say people in South America really like mayonnaise. They do. In Chile and a lot of places, they like their mayonnaise. So, yeah, ají and mayonnaise and stuff. But we could never find ranch. Ranch was a foreign concept to them. Buttermilk ranch, peppercorn ranch, fucking nowhere. But ají, mayonnaise stuff. Okay, and then we're just gonna add like a handful of this, and we're gonna taste it. Oh, we also want some cilantro. I know we want some cilantro, and I believe the recipe also called for oregano, which makes sense. They do have oregano down there that they use. Just grab like a. All right. Traditional Peruvian food. Or maybe Peruvian street food is more accurate. I don't know. Food we had in Peru. There we go. All right. And let's blitz this up again and then try to. And we don't have huacate, but we'll have to figure out how to get it close to what it tasted like. Ooh, this one's spicier. Interesante. Necesito culantro. This one. Let's grab some of this. It's it's amarillo. It's orange, so we don't need a ton of this, but I think some of it would be helpful. And then I'm going to pull up the article again for huacate substitutes. And we're just going to try to eyeball it a bit better than we did last time. Because that's all you can do when you're trying to substitute stuff, right? So we got cilantro. I believe the recipe that I found that looked closest also called for oregano. We've got fresh oregano right here. And then let us look it up. I know huacate is a very earthy kind of flavor. Huacate substitute. That is huacate spelled Huacatay. Huacate. Spell it how it sounds. This is an herb. Look, it's like a leaf. Huacate, also known as cream of black mint, is a popular herb widely used as an essential ingredient in Peruvian food. It's a Peruvian staple because of its aromatic and robust flavor. Huacate is an important ingredient in potato dishes. And potatoes are very important to the Peruvian people because that's where they're from. So it comes out of like this green stuff. You can get it as a paste, but you'd have to find a very specialty South American store, right? I just went to a big ass Mexican food store and they did not have it there. So you got to like know the right kind of flavor of your, pardon, the right kind of vibe of the Mexican food store you're going to. There's some that try to cast a wider net, and there's some that are like more of a like a narrow, straightforward focus, right? So even if it's big, if they don't have like hey, we got everything, you know what I mean? They probably won't have it, right? You can use it to treat sunburn. What the fuck? Flavor profile of huacate. To find a proper substitute for huacate, you must know exactly what the flavor profile of the herb is. You can then make foods that have similar taste to huacate. One of the reasons people love to cook huacate is because it has a unique flavor, such as mint, sweet basil, tarragon, lime. When the leaves are cut, you also notice a distinct scent of citrus, cilantro, and licorice. It's a very like kind of captivating herb. I remember we had it one time and I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, and the cool thing is it does grow in like zone 8. So you should be able to grow it here. It's just like not from here. So it's not popular. But like if you want a new herb, fucking go find the seeds online. That's where I found them. Maybe I got some bunk seeds. Maybe that's why they didn't grow. But I'll try it again here. Yeah, get a new herb and blow people's minds. And then they go, how do I go? What do I get? And like, kick rocks, man. Go grow it yourself. Huacate substitutes. It is rare to find huacate outside of South America. And sometimes it's not even available after its growth season ends. If you can't find huacate, but you still want its unique flavor in foods, then try one of the following substitutes. Cilantro, muña, which is the Andean mint, which also you can't find around here unless you grow it. But that's everywhere down there. It's very good. Muña belongs to the Lamiaceae family. It's also an aromatic and flavorful plant. Its herb is similar in fragrance and taste to mint, rosemary, or oregano. Muña can be used as an ingredient in soups and sauces, like chupe. I think we had chupe, if I recall. You can get epazote, lemon verbena. Yeah, we don't have epazote or lemon verbena. So we are limited to muña, which we also don't have, and cilantro. I have mint, and muña is supposed to taste like mint, rosemary, or oregano. So I have mint, rosemary, and oregano. And we'll use that. So, let's grab, I already put oregano in there. Let's add some rosemary. And I'll try to be better about growing my herbs next time. We're going to get a better setup. It was a bit more slapdick, you know what I mean? Just kind of off the cuff last time. But we're going to get a much better setup. Now that we've got a little more bandwidth to focus on that sort of thing. Let's grab some more mint here. I'm going to go a little more minty than last time. I believe the recipe itself did call for a little bit of time, so we'll just add a little bit of time. Not a ton. Not a lot of time. And then I'm also going to add some basil to it. We're just going to try to throw the kitchen sink at this thing. Try to get this flavor profile down. It's really hard to describe, though. It's really good. I would say the article kind of captures a lot of it, but a lot of the sauces that were huacate forward that we had in South America almost came off like a pesto. Like they almost came off like it had nuts in it. Like it was a very earthy, nutty flavor. Speaking of which, maybe we could add some pine nuts. Maybe that would help. Do you think that would help? Or do you think we would lose the plot? We'd probably lose the plot. All right. Too many things at once. This is a recipe I'm going to have to refine over a long course of time. Or just grow the fucking herb, right? and dry it out myself. We should grow munya also next time. Whoa! Hey! That's pretty fucking good. Just a little more mayonnaise. You always find this in the chicken shops, right? They're selling chicken and french fries. So it kind of almost has a vibe of like a pizza parlor fry sauce sort of thing. Yeah, I think the milk was a bad call. And we'll get a second opinion from my producer. Try it. I think it's closer. Yeah, closer? Cool. Agreed, then. It is closer. So there you go. Ají amarillo. Or as close as we can get it. On this side of the equator, right? No, and it's one of those things where like we even went to like a Peruvian restaurant up here, and we got anticuchos, the beef skewer, which is like one of the most popular dishes down in South America, and it just like wasn't like the marinade they used was like wine and rosemary and stuff. It like wasn't even close. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Here, we'll just put this over here because we need to make the verde. Time for the verde. All right. Let me rinse this off. Yeah. Again, the verde is even more huacate forward because it's green and huacate is green. So if anybody tells you about the Peruvian green sauce, ají verde or whatever, their recipe probably sucks. Unless they're saying a bunch of ingredients you don't understand. Probably. Anyway. And like, I mean, the recipe that I based this off of called for milk, which was a wrong choice. That is the wrong thing. Don't put it in there. So lots of times it takes a lot of knowledge to even know what a right-looking recipe looks like from another culture. And it's like, how the hell am I supposed to... Oh, shit. We good? I think we're good. How the hell am I supposed to know, right? Sorry, spicy. There's one lady on Instagram. She always wears a bandana, like, and she does the same cut in every Instagram video where she nods, smiling while she's eating something. I would trust that, but that's all in Spanish. I mean, a good rule of thumb is if it is all in Spanish, it's probably a better recipe. I don't know. You gotta parse all these things. It's kind of a fucking nightmare. Okay. We want verde. So let us grab, based off of the recipe that we're following. Those are probably nah. Okay. We're just going to use a shitload of green onions, all the rest of that cilantro back over there, and a bunch of that stuff, and the ají limos. I think that's about it. Yeah, so we sub out white onion for green onion. And I don't think we need to fry it up. But don't quote me on that. Here. I'm going to take this corded thing and put it over here, so I'm not constantly bouncing around it. And then after this, we're going to make buns. Always garlic. Put a bunch of garlic in everything. Everything calls for garlic. I think I'm going to try to do the same amount of mayonnaise and cotija, because it does have that like kind of, it's a creamy sauce, right? It's not like like both of these are very creamy sauces. Don't get me wrong. They're just like different kinds of creamy sauces, right? It's like the epitome of something you want to dip a French fry in, right? You want to dip a French fry in something that's like resembles applesauce, or you want to dip a French fry into something that resembles ranch, right? You want to dip, or ketchup, right? I guess ketchup isn't a creamy based one, but like the consistency. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. Yeah, I bet all of our cooking is like really kind of bastardized. You know, if I know enough about like this Peruvian stuff, and then just everything you find online kind of sucks ass. It's just like, what am I doing with like my spaghetti? That's like completely wrong. What am I doing with my stir fry? That's just wrong, 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 you know? I'm sure there's a lot. But, you know, we'll get past it one hurdle at a time. And who knows, maybe we'll make it right and it doesn't even taste as good, right? And so we want to go back to what we had before. Because sometimes, you know, being unorthodox is invited, right? Especially with something as improvisational as cooking. All the shit was unorthodox at one point, right? We've got our garlic. We've got our green onions. We're just gonna set this up right here. Or you know what? Let's move it over here. The migrating compost bin. Yeah, and then we've got these. And I got a couple of these. We'll just blend it in and see what's up, right? This guy's got a little growth on it. The fuck? Try to grow another pepper. My peppers keep doing that. Just be one pepper. Isn't that enough for you? Yeah. Let's get a vessel for our thing. A vessel for our thing. Ding, nigga, ring. Mason jar. Here we go. Do I have a wide mouth mason jar? I do not. Oh, I do. Yes. Fuck yes. Perfect. Is it still hot? Okay. Let's just jam everything in there. Blend it down, jam everything in, blend it down. What the fuck? I bought this at the store and it has... What the hell? This is not cilantro. This is a piece of grass. Have you ever seen grass in your cilantro? Just straight up grass. This is grass. What am I, cow? I'm not a cow. There's 2 pieces of grass in here. There's 3 pieces of grass in it. What the fuck? Look, there's more grass. Your ass is grass. Fucking what the hell? Get this shit out of here. I don't want to eat grass. I've literally never encountered this before. Get this fucking shit. God damn. Motherfucker. There's another blade of. They're fucking patting the cilantro with grass. What the hell? Jeez, what? This is insanity. Have you ever seen anything like this? How much more grass is in here? Dude, quality control at El fucking Cilantro is... God, what the fuck? This much grass. I would say a handful of grass is stretching it, but it has to fit in my hand. It can't fit in 2 fingers. That's a lot of grass. That's insane. Fucking make me eat grass. Fuck off. Grass. And it's not bolting either. Like, I know what cilantro looks like when it goes to seed. It's not that. It's fucking grass. It's a different, like, the structure of the leaf is, like, straight. It's a blade of grass. Like, there's no pattern to the leaf. It's just a straight blade. Fucking weird. Weird shit. Strange times. Alright, we're going to add our garlic. We're going to add this 1 sweet pepper. And we're going to add 3 of these ají limos. Maybe we'll get to the bottom of this Peruvian green sauce that you might have heard about on TikTok. And no, it's not green because there's fucking grass in it. There's no grass in it. We don't eat grass. That's just cellulose. Again, it's huacate forward, so we're going to try to make our own substitute for huacate. I'm using basil. The cilantro was already called for. Mint. Because we're trying to replace it with a replacement of a replacement. Munya. So got a little bit of mint here. This is kind of earthy mint. It's a little earthier than another mint I've grown. That was a little... This is a little less good for cocktails, which is kind of disappointing. But I think it's actually a little better for this one. Whatever variety this is. We got rosemary. Rosemary is rosemary. It's always the same. Right, and this one's more huacate forward, so we're just going to try to use a lot of spices and try to get there, right? Okay. And thyme, rosemary, oregano? Where the fuck did I put that? Did I use all the oregano? Nope. There's some oregano right here. I might need a little more. I might go pick some here. But we'll taste it first and try it out. And then thyme, right? Huacate is very earthy. I would say thyme is a different kind of earthy, but they're both kind of in the same family of flavor. Surprised it didn't call for that. And these spring onions, these green onions. these scallions, whatever you want to call them. Scallion. We're just going to use both of these. They're kind of small. They look pretty all right. Let's just jam all this stuff in there. Blend it down. And then add mayonesa y queso. Queza. Fucking grass. Fuck you, grass. Alright. Let's just shove this in there. You got it. You can go. Doesn't need to be pretty because it's going to be blended, right? Now we can cordon off this section and blend. Wow, that shrunk quite a bit. And you know what? I need lime in here as well. That was a big part of it. I forgot about lime. Let's grab 3 limes. 3 limes. And we don't use a juicer on this show because juicers leave behind like a third of the juice. They're easier to use, but they are fundamentally wasteful in a way where, like, I just don't want to buy 4 limes when I want to use 3 limes, right? I know how much juice is in a lime. And by the way, all of the juice in half a lime is like the perfect amount for any cocktail, single serve. So if you have to use like, right, if it's 2/3 of half a lime, right, that's 2/6. But we want to get to half, so you need what times 2/6? What times 1/3 is a half, right? 1.5. So you need 3/4 of a lime to get half a lime, right? 3/4 times, yeah. Fuck that. I don't want to do that. So we're just going to use all of it. It's not that hard. And this is how you get dad strength. So, right? You're going to be older someday, and you're going to be, you're going to have a kid, and they're not going to be having a good time wherever you're at, and they're going to want to leave, right? And they're going to try to run away, and you're going to try to grab at their wrist, and they're going to wriggle away. And you're going to go, why didn't I do this with all my limes for 30 years? Huh? Why didn't I do this for 30 years? I'd break my kid's wrist like a fucking eagle, right? That's what you want. Because then she can't get away from her. He, they, zer. They can't get away from you, right? I was that kid. I fucking run away. Right? And so, you know, I've got the knowledge firsthand. Know thy enemy, right? So I'm prepping right now. Take this, Bruce 2.0. I'm gonna sleep with that like bird eye mask on. And just grip shit. Does anyone else out here do this? Or is it just me? Autistically squeezing citrus. I don't even think I would use this with like a orange or anything. I think we just need to get a dedicated juicer or whatever. Have you ever tried using one of those dedicated ones? They're way better than like the handheld squeeze guys. And they get like everything out of it, right? What the fuck is the point of the other one? I don't know. Just like it makes you think that it works, and that's good enough, right? It's not good enough. Fuck that. All right. Let's stop at 2 for now and see. I have a feeling it's going to need 3. All right. And then we're going to want our mayonnaise. We're just going to use the rest of this. Boop. Yeah. Sorry, there's not a lot of stuff in here. Is there anything else from like South America you want to try? Should we make choripan now that we're making bread? Choripan. I gotta get a sausage maker if I'm gonna make choripan. We're making, it's a sausage sandwich with chimichurri on it, right? Fucking arepas. Areas is not from South America. Nice try. Papusa. All right, we can make papusas. Arepas. Those are all things we can make. I've made pupusas before. They're not too hard to make. They're kind of fun. That's a very like streamable thing where you like just make one at a time and like talk to people. It's one of those things you could like make in a party. Like they do tamale parties around Christmas time. A lot of people because it's just like a communal food making thing. It's like a perfect time for it. All right, I think that's all the mayonnaise that's in here. So that's done. Okay, more mayonnaise. That's what we want. You thought it was over. Guess again. Nope, now it's over. I should have prepared and gotten more mayonnaise. It's whatever though. This should be enough. Okay, that's enough of that. For now, and then we'll grab our cotija cheese. And then we'll blend this all back up again. Get another spoon, taste it. See if we fucked up. See if we got close. See if it's anything like anything we've ever had. I think it'll be not that far off. You know what? And I'm just going to shove that in there because I feel like Crumbling it over the top of it is a recipe for just dropping everything on the ground, which is no fun. Nobody likes to eat off the ground, unless you do. Maybe you got some other stuff going on. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Woo, woo, woo. I can already say this is closer to the consistency. It's very like pesto-y. Just get a little more handle on it. Right, it's very thick. We don't want to waste any of it or lose any of it. Because I did have to sift through grass to get it, so. Well, it's very spicy. And I put too much garlic in it. Fuck. But I think the back end, I think we're getting closer with some of these. Here, try it. Producer. It's too spicy. I already made it too spicy. I know that. But it's fine. Like spicier than what it tasted like. But the back end, like the herb profile, kind of close. Yeah. Spicier than it should be. But the back end herb profile is like pretty close. Pretty close.
The initial taste is like, but then like fast. Oh.
Yeah, I would say maybe 1 clove of garlic instead of a shitload of them. And then maybe half as many peppers. I'm a spice fiend, so we made it spicy. And it will do. I think everyone tomorrow will enjoy this sauce, but I don't think it's exactly... But the flavor, like the herb profile is good. So just cut down on the spice, herb profile. If anyone tells you put milk in any of these sauces, that is no-go. I will say they use a lot of these crumbly cheeses down there. So that's pretty good. So a mixture of cotija and mayonnaise, and then just try to get as many fucking herbs as you can, I guess. I use mint, basil, thyme, oregano, and cilantro. Mostly cilantro, right? And the rest of these are, aside from the oregano, it did call for oregano. The rest of these are to try to mimic huacate, which is something you probably can't get. Unless you grow it. You can buy the seeds online. I did. Or I bought what I thought were the seeds. I don't know. They didn't grow, so. Yeah, so that's a couple Peruvian sauces for you. And it only took like an hour for us to make it, so. Woo! On to the next part. What is the next part? Buns. We got buns in the oven. That's right. I'm pregnant. Alright. We'll just cap this off. Cappuccino. Wonka winner. Cap these off, save them for tomorrow. I would say both of these sauces, they don't like, they're getting closer to what they're supposed to taste like, but both of them also taste really good in their own right. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where you're trying to get close to something, but even if you miss, it's still good, right? It's all full of good stuff. Let's toss this. And the grass and the fucking cilantro stems And dirty parts can just go in the compost. 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 I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a sec. Ba-ba! Okay, we're back. We made a couple sauces that are reminiscent of ones from South America. That's a good achievement. We did something, right? We've got koji to make and also buns. I think I will start with the buns because they need to be baked in the oven. And when the koji is done, it also needs to go in the oven. But it needs to go in the oven for a long time, so probably be best for us to make the buns first and then let the oven get down to about room temp, and then we'll try and get our koji going. I haven't made koji in a couple years, so the process may elude me. I may read out loud from a book for inspiration and guidance. All right, let's get a little more scotch. Everybody loves a little scotch. And if you don't, you haven't drank enough of it. Try it again. I feel like last time the proofing setting, it turned on, but it didn't actually work. I think this is about big enough, right? We might end up doing these kind of concurrently, which is fine, right? All right. Buns. Making buns. Yes, you got buns, huh? Okay. We need probably both of these cookie sheets. Oh, friend of mine, the cookie sheet. 2 cookie sheets stacked on top of each other. Here. Also, I gotta move this up. So we've got a couple things we can use. Yeah, okay. Yes. Here, you know what, let's actually just move so it's kind of perfectly centered. Okay, good. Good, good, good. All right. And we're gonna, okay, try and set this up. This is going to move over there for a little bit, and I'm going to get another cutting board, right, just to use as my baking workspace, because this is covered in shit, but it's also covered in shit in a way that I would like to use again, but not for a baking thing. All right, let's just grab this guy, this guy, this guy. Let me see. Der burger buns. I watched a video, or I watched 2/3 of a video. Shut up, stop it. We don't want that. Be quiet, quiet you. Click for printable recipe. Yay, that's what we want. There we go. Give me the fucking recipe. Give me your life story. Okay, feed the starter. Mix the dough. Stretch and fold a couple times. First rise. Divide in shape. Okay, says we want 115 gram. And then we're gonna let it go back in the. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna shape these. We're gonna put them in the oven. Let them proof for another like 30 or 40 minutes while we start working on our koji. And then when about an hour has passed, we'll pull them out and set them on any flat surface we have. We'll preheat our oven to 375, do an egg wash, and bake them for 25 minutes. And then we got sourdough hamburger buns. All right. That's a good idea. I wasn't counting on needing... Okay, scale. If we're gonna, then we don't even need this thing. Okay, great. Man, I should have watched the whole video. Fuck. What are you gonna do? Watch the whole video? They got a printable recipe. And that one didn't even have someone's whole life story in it. It was literally went straight to the recipe. I should go back and watch the whole video, if only to, you know, reward that person for giving us what we all want, right? How many times you click on a fucking recipe and you have to, like, read about how someone's mom died or whatever. It's, like, just depressing, right? Let's see. There's a little contain... Here he is. Get over here. The scale came with this guy. It's not exactly on straight. Whatever, that's fine. Okay, and then we're going to use some flour to dust. That was part of the reason why I wanted this, like, baking workspace thing. Here it is, flour. Flour. We just want to dust our thing. And then we've got, now that I got dust all over my hands, let me reach in here and grab all the things. Okay, we've got this thing. I'm not sure if it's going to be exactly helpful, but we've also got one of these things, which is probably going to be a little more helpful. I don't know. Fuck. Yeah. Oil the paddle. I've been told to oil the paddle. There we go. That is oil on the paddle. We're making focaccia sourdough. Yeah, that's actually way better. Thank you. I'm not a baker. Or a candlestick maker. Just try to loosen this up from the walls. Just... Whoop. We're trying to get 115 grams. That's 89, 88. 121. That's close enough. Okay, and then we're going to work it around here on our here. Maybe make it a little more visible. Sorry. We're just gonna try to work it into the thing. Try to get a little more flour on it, and we're just gonna like kind of pull it into itself. All right. Just kind of do that like this guy. You do this guy. Whoop. Whoop. We still have the rapid proofing on. We're just going to do this like roll around guy. Okay, and then oil a sheet as well. Wonderful. But only a little bit. All right. Kind of like do this like Rasengan, or what is it called? You didn't watch Naruto. It's fine. The spinny guy, right? He does a spinny thing. That's about where I checked out. There was a movie where he did it, and it was really big and rainbowy, and that was like the end of my Naruto journey. That's a bun, right? It looks really sad and small right now, but it will look bigger and less sadder. Not exactly happy, but less sadder. Okay. Baking is messy. There's one. 11 more to go. Let's see. Fuck, that's too big. It's too big, Jon Snow. You know nothing. That didn't even take off any grams? What the fuck? Get the fuck. You bitch. How can you have done this? Okay, 118. That's close enough. We're just going to keep just liberally applying flour and stuff and just rolling it around. And very needy. Wants attention, right? Ooh, play with me. Ooh, pull me in. Yeah, it's needy. Haha. Doo-doo-ts. All right. Enough of that. We'll leave the puns to the millennials. How about that, huh? Get on with our life and try to buy a house. I'm trying to fix the plumbing. I don't have time for jokes that require you to stare at people silently. Yeah, fuck those. Fuck your puns. All right. Okay. Do a little Rasengan. Kind of twirly do. All right. That's 2. 10 more to go. Do a little more flour. Use our shitty plastic knife guy. That's already too much. That's already too much. Come on. It's like crabs in a bucket. They just don't want to let go of each other. That's not enough? What the hell? God. Defies 106. 110. There we go. That's fine. I'm going to do the fold, the stretch and fold. This guy. Get more flour on you. Calm down. Pull it into itself. Get a bun-like thing going, and then just roll it. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Okay. 3. Okay, let's try to guess the correct weight. Or mass, I guess I'm measuring in grams. Not even close. I think it's better to be less and add more instead of be like putting stuff in here and then tossing it back and forth all the time. Screw that. I feel like that's a bad idea. There we go. Try to grab these mounds. Try to make it one cohesive thing. Get off of me. It's like the symbiote. Get off of me. Here, we don't want to do that. Yeah, we want to do this. Pulled about. And now we try to coat it in flour again so it stops being so kneady, so sticky. And then we kind of pull it into itself a little more. Right, the struggle and the conflict, the tension brings structure. We want it to stretch and tangle. Okay. That's 4. Let's grab a little more flour. I know you're not supposed to reach in there directly with the gross fingers, but this is my house. This is too much. This is going to be too much, right? Yeah, that's way too much. Fuck. I swear to God, I have like no concept of what is the right amount of this. It almost feels like it's like different densities. Like I don't know why I can't conceptualize it visually. Fucking tricky. Okay, there we go. That's enough. Let's roll it around so it's not so mad. Okay. Calm down. Tranquilo. Tranquilo. A little more flour so it's not sticking to everything. Alright, and then we just do the like get in there. Get on yourself. Get in there. Alright, and then we just kinda do the roly guy. Alright. But let's try to get 112 grams. 115 grams. Watch, this is going to come up 80. Watch it. 86. I only know it when it's wrong. That's the only time I know it, is if it's wrong. Oh. Use my mind powers. Meow. There was stuff in the way. Oh. Oh, okay. So you can see the pan. Yeah, okay, that's a good idea. Producer, always producing till the end. All right. Ugh. Get off of me. Get off of me. pull it into itself. Dip it in the flour. All right. And we kind of do this where we like, instead of stretching and pulling, we just kind of wrapping it into itself, and then we just kind of go like this. The ball guy, roll it around. It's fun, right? Okay. 6. Let me just get this stuff off of me. Okay. It's 8:25. So that means I'm sure the other one will be done a little bit after 8:30. So around 9:30, I should start thinking about pulling everything out and preheating the oven. All right. These are going to go back in there for our second proof. Quick hour proof. Whoop. Oh, you know what? I got an extra little thing over here. We just don't want them to lose moisture, right? Especially since the oven is on like a proofing setting. And so they can tend to lose some moisture if left uncovered. Like you could also cover it in like a towel. Just a little barrier to keep the vapor from wreaking havoc or being dispersing. Blah. Okay. More scotch. And water. As a rule, rules. Always drink your water. What, is that dumb? It's funny. Okay. Okay. We've got 6 more of these to make. And then we can start steaming our rice, making our koji, forging our katana, kawaii desu, all that shit. What's up? Okay. Let's just try to get this like actually on. Oh yeah. For new viewers, we are making sourdough hamburger buns for our Dungeons and Dragons session tomorrow. And before, I made a couple of Peruvian sauces for dipping in French fries. Ají limo, or ají amarillo and ají verde, which were, amarillo means yellow, but it's actually a little more orange, right? Amarillo is yellow. Amarillo Springs, right? Um, Verde is green, right? And they're just varieties. Ahi is in reference to a pepper, which I grew. I grew ahi peppers. Do I have any right here? I don't have any right here. The only peppers I have right here are some red serranos. Ding ding. All right. Yeah, we're just working through our last 6 of these buns. And then after this, after we get these um, ready for their final proof, we're going to make some koji, which is an inoculated rice grain. So we're going to set it up to be ready to take root, right? It's like a 4-day fermentation, 3 or 4 days. And it's very finicky, and it requires your oven with the light on, but the oven off, right? Because you're trying to get a controlled temperature sort of environment. I've been actually working on an incubator to make this a little easier, but I've been working on it for a while. It's kind of a project that's been a little bit on the back burner, and it featured Peltier electronics, which are the ones where you can run current through it and it will cool on one side and heat on the other. And Technology Connections, very popular YouTuber who does a lot of stuff with like just general appliances. He just came out with a video a couple weeks ago talking about how horrible those electronics are. It's just not good, right? So I'm thinking about scrapping my current iteration of the incubator if it's already going to be shit anyway, and just committing to the next one and trying to get one with like a refrigeration cycle. I was thinking about doing that for like the next version of it, but if it's already going to suck, like I did some rudimentary testing and had a really hard time trying to cool down. And apparently that's a big problem with a lot of the Peltier modules. They just don't. They don't cool that well, right? And a lot of the advantages that it has are kind of outweighed by, or they're advantages that aren't particularly useful for my build. So refrigeration cycle it is. I've kind of, I hate dealing with it. You know what I mean? Refrigeration cycles are they kind of just suck, right? It's like a weird thing where you're like, you have to take a gas and like, or a liquid and then make it a gas and then like run around and all this weird bullshit. And like, but the thing is, you get so much more energy efficiency out of it. There's a reason why we still use like the same sort of technology, because the refrigeration cycle is just like incredibly efficient. To the point where, like, I mean, in the Technology Connections video, he did it. He, like, basically a little teeny Peltier module or, like element that is connected to, like, a 6-pack soda thing to cool soda. Like, 6 sodas on your desk, like, on your counter. Uses as much electricity as your fucking refrigerator on a yearly basis. Like, it actually costs more to run it's just like atrocious, right? It has a lot of benefits in the fact that it's lightweight and portable, and so it's useful for like medical things where you need like cooling in like a very portable manner, right? It's hard to lug a compressor around, keep it going. But I'm not going to be moving my incubator, right? It's just going to sit on the ground or whatever. My idea was to like put it in like an ice chest. So we'll see. I'll stop talking about my dumb thing until I actually do something about it. What the fuck is this? That's not good. some schmaltz. Nobody likes schmaltz. Weird. Just like a little black speck. Must have had it in the bowl or something. All right. Producer, could you pull up the identities of people? See if we can like there's any returning people. Spud. Oh, Spud Buddies. Hey, I remember that person. Okay, cool. Fun. Cool. Welcome back, Spud Buddies. From Texas, I believe. Very fun. All right. There's another bun. Let's see. Oh, man, I suck at this. 140. No. Still a little too hot. God damn. Dough, you elude me. I don't get you. Okay, there we go. That's more reasonable amount. All right. Get it in the flour so we can work with it. Pull it into itself. Or stretch and pull. Is there anybody on YouTube? Sorry. Make you do stuff. No. Wonderful. All right. Roll this fucker around. All right. There's another bun. And then a little more flour. And we're trying to get about half of the rest of this because we only got two more. I hope we got enough. I think we do. This is like half. What is this? 111. Perfect. Yeah, we should have just enough. Perfect. It's almost like it's a recipe that I'm following. Get in there. Get in there. Okay. Almost done with this. myself a little more. Last one. Let's try to get everything out of this bowl into this other bowl. We're at 112 already. Yay! We did have enough. That's about all we're going to get. So we're left with a cool 118.7. So more flour. Pull it. Kind of rolling around. All right. Hamburger buns. 12 hamburger buns. All right. Give me some of this. All right. Cover these up. Get enough proof. Okay. So 9:45, which means these will be done around a little after 10. That's fine. We are on the West Coast here. I don't have work tomorrow, so that's fine too. All right. Proof for an hour. While we prepare our koji, that takes a little while. Before I move on, I'm gonna quickly read out loud the outline of the rest of the bun recipe to make sure I'm not missing anything. I know there's an egg wash. Bake the buns for 25 minutes. Okay. Okay. Scrape them into 115. Shape the buns. Press them and roll them. Put them in the dough for mommy and me or whatever. Fucking. Use your hands. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Transfer to baking sheet. Cover for about an hour. Okay. Preheat to 375. Egg wash. Beat an egg with a tablespoon of water. Brush on top. Sprinkle with sesame seeds. Bake for 25 minutes. Remove. How to store and freeze. Stay fresh at room temperature for up to 2 days. Store them wrapped in a towel or a plastic bag. You can also freeze them. You can grind them and shoot them into space. Okay. Good. Pretty typical stuff. Moving on. Like, but I don't know if we need any of these things anymore. Okay. Red rice koji starter. Does this have a different explanation? Okay, this packet contains starter for recipes of 2.5 pounds each. For 2 recipes of 2.5 pounds each. 5 pounds total of red rice koji, step-by-step instructions, culture instructions. Okay. Is the recipe in here with the... Oh, that's right. It's been a while since I opened one of these. So we have recipes, and we have our koji. Oh, it's just in one guy. So these are yeast. This is when they domesticated rice, they also domesticated the yeast that grows on the rice. And that is Aspergillus oryzae, this here, for us to make wonderful things. Okay. Let me read this one. Rinse 6 cups of polished rice several times in fresh water until water runs clear. Rinsing is important to remove surface starch to make your steamed rice stick together in lumps properly. Allow the rice to soak for a while. Okay. Drain the rice in the colander, absorbent, up to thing. Add drying aid to keep the cooked rice lump free. In a 6-inch tall can with both ends, remove water, blah, blah, blah. Steamer bed, cheesecloth. Heat a dry skillet, toast a 1/4 cup of flour, sanitize it, transfer it to a small bowl. When the flour is cool, add 2 teaspoons of the spore powder into it and mix it well. Expel the air from the starter bag and reseal it. Clear your work area. Spread 2-foot square 2 layers of terry towels. At the center, make a 1-foot square. Additional layers of terry towels over this pad. Add a layer of 2. Yeah, you basically got to make like a pyre for these. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, sheeting. Another tight weave of cloth so that the hot... So I'm just reading this quickly because this is how the koji people, the people with the spores, want you to make it. There's also this book that has a different way of making it. I'm just going to go over it. Both of them so that way we can make our best judgment, right? Over this pad, lay a 2-foot square of sheeting or other tight weave cloth so hot rice will not stick. If you have no incubator or warm spot, 85 to 95 degrees Fahrenheit, you will need additional towels and blankets and hot water bottles to insulate and warm your growing koji. See, this is why I wanted to make an incubator. These people make these things. These spores came from Japan, and their solution is fucking hot water bottles. This is not, okay, this is not good. Okay. After 50 minutes of steaming, steamed rice will be a hot, rubbery lump. With protected hands, put it in the center of your work area on the sheeting and remove the cheesecloth. With a rice paddle or wooden spoon, break up any moist lumps and mix the rest to create a uniform overall moistness. Spread the rice 1 inch thick, stirring occasionally and allowing it to cool to about 113 degrees. Sprinkle half of the starter flour mixture over the cooled rice, mix thoroughly. Again, spread it out, add the remaining starter mixture. Stir it again and make a mound centered over the extra padding. Put a thermometer into the center of the rice, wrap the sheeting around it. Now wrap the remaining layers and make a neat insulated bundle. Place it in your incubation area at 90 degrees Fahrenheit or wrap blankets, including hot water bottles, to help keep it warm. Throughout the day, check every 2 to 4 hours that the internal temperature is around 81 to 95 degrees Fahrenheit. This temperature range is optimum for development of enzymes necessary to make amazake and make sugars available for sake yeast. However, temperatures higher than this will not ruin the koji for making miso, but prolonged overheating will kill the koji mold and bacteria will take over. Make incubator adjustments or change hot water bottles as needed to assure optimum temperature by checking one last time before retiring for the night. Upon rising, check the internal temperature and make adjustments. After 24 hours, wash your hands, look at it, taste it, be friends with it. All right. That's what the people say. Let's see what the other people say. I had a marked copy of this, and it flew away. I couldn't find it. So this is a brand new copy. I've not really opened this one, but I have made koji from this book before. What is koji? Creating koji. How to grow koji. Expand your ferment. Okay. How to grow koji. 55. Here we go. Making koji the traditional way. Okay. Source proper rice. Wash the rice. Washing process can take 30 minutes or more. Fuck that. Okay, soak the rice. Oh, shit. Both of these say to soak the rice for at least 6 hours. I missed that part. I did not do my homework. And unfortunately, I don't think I can make this right now. So I'll wash some rice and soak it and do this tomorrow. I'm sorry. I forgot that part. That's my bad. That's my fault. Oh, the sauces and stuff. Yeah. So that's this thing. That's one of like 3 things we're doing today, right? We're making buns. We've got these sauces that I made. Ají limo, ají amarillo, ají verde. Those are the ones that I made. You know what? We can make our hamburger patties right now. You know what I mean? You can preform them. And we need to wash rice. I need to wash a bunch of rice. The book, or not the book, right? Because the size of it needs to match this guy. Unfortunate. Too many things going on. That's my fault. Fuck. Okay. Oh yeah. GGS stream canceled due to no rice. Yeah. No. It's not canceled. I got other things I can do. It was just like this is a thing I've done once before, and I bet it's a thing people haven't seen before, so it'd be good to see. But I'm getting like way back into fermentation, and I'm sure most of this koji is going to go to the miso that I'm going to make, and I might add some to some hot sauce for the extra peppers I got in the garden. Um, yeah, and so I'm sure the next time I roll up trying to make some more koji, I got enough to make 2 of these red rice ones, which is like the long aged one, right? So that's fine. 6 cups of polished rice. Should have read ahead. Today's been busy. Been sharpening my knives, trying to get everything up to speed. And this is why I wanted this book earlier. Too bad I lost it. It's my fault. Let's wash some rice. You know, and we still got buns proofing in the oven, right? They're going to be proofing for another 45 minutes or so. That's all right. I'll definitely be making koji again. I want to start, I want to make sake sometime here. And the light rice koji starter is for making amazake, right? So what you do is you know, the enzymes in the koji, right? It's like meant to break down the carbs into sugars. Normally with beer, you know, you break it down by malting, right? And when the grain sprouts, it converts all the starch into sugars, and then that can be used as sugar for fermenting alcohol. In all of the Asian, or most Asian places, especially ones that use rice beer or make rice wine, it's all done with koji, right? So all the starch in the rice is converted into sugar using koji, and from there we make alcohol. And so I want to do that here. I've got a brewer in the garage, and I wanted to do some wine here, but at some point, I mean, you can always get this stuff, and I can always get rice. You know what I mean? This time of year is like, there's grapes, right? I can't get grapes any time of year. There's apples. I can't get apples any time of year. But rice, I can have rice all the time. And then another thing I want to make in terms of like fermenting alcohol-wise is there's like a culture of making sugarcane wine in the Philippines, and I wanted to try to make some of that as well. So there's plenty of fermenting stuff going on, and any time where there's a starch that I would like to become a sugar, I could always make koji. So it will be made again, I'm sure. Yeah. So I'm going to wash some rice. 6 cups of rice. We want long grain rice, according to that Koji Alchemy book, because the consistency of rice we would like is more... we want rice that is all individualized, right? We don't want rice that sticks together, because we want more surface area for the culture to get everywhere, right? Like it said, you're going to have like a lumpy deal of rice, and you need to work it into a bunch of different, individual grains. We don't want to break the grains, which is why we steam it instead of cooking it regularly. But we want, we want it individualized. So long grain is a lot better for that than sticky rice is. And so Koji Alchemy, the book, recommends that we use long grain rice. Right. Short grain, called sticky for a reason. Sticky's not what we want. All right. You want 6 cups. I've got some basmati rice here. It's good long grain. Let's grab me just double check that it's asking for 6 cups of dry rice and not 6 cups of cooked rice. 4 to 6 for soaking, cooking rice, colander. Yeah, 6 cups. Spent too much time trying to find that huacate today. Should have read my book. Five and 6. I'll make good on that promise, though. If I say koji in the future, we're going to be doing koji. And at the very least, I'll show you my tomato miso, and we'll get updates and stuff. And there's a lot of cool stuff during the ferment, right? You pull the, when you're making miso, you press it, right? To try to get the liquid out of it, right? And as the liquid comes out, you know, and there's less and less liquid, you end up with tamari, right? All that liquid that comes out is tamari. And it is, it's like a, regular tamari for regular miso made of soy is known as like a gluten-free soy sauce. And this would be a tomato tamari. Tomato tamari. And so it would be like a tomato, I wouldn't say like a sauce. It'd be like a tomato soy sauce sort of thing. Oh, great. Broke my rubber band. Wonderful. Just trying to get a couple of these over it. Now we've got like chip clips somewhere. No, and I bought this big fuck off bag of rice specifically with the intention of making koji out of all of this. So, you know, it will return. And we went to the food store and I did get molasses, blackstrap molasses. So that sugarcane wine is a thing we can do at some point here. Washing our rice. Damn, we got a whole bamboo steamer and everything for this. Should have read ahead. That's why you got to read the recipe. Last time I did it, I didn't have a steamer, and I had tried to like jerry rig one out of a colander, and it was a fucking nightmare. And I think the rice didn't exactly steam as well as it was supposed to. And I think that's part of the reason why it came out a bit middling last time. So, you know, we're always trying to improve. And at least we know where we can improve next time, right? That's something. Just trying to get this water real clear. I think one more time is probably good. Yeah. I'll show you all my fancy schmancy steamer too. All right, that's pretty damn clear. Whoop, that was a close one. I think it's because I think they want it to soak more because steaming rice is a lot gentler method of cooking it. And you can't as violently force, water into it. Yeah. The only time I've ever steamed rice before is with when I made koji the last time. But we got this nice guy here. Ta-da! We went to our Asian food store nearby. We got this like 4-rack thing. Oh shit. It's empty on the bottom too. It's got these slats. I bet we need cheesecloth to do this. I don't have cheesecloth either. Man. You're supposed to produce. It's your fault. No, I totally fucked up. That's my bad. Trying to do too many things. That is a common thing with me. I do too many things and I forget key elements of some things. Or I remember, the round edges of an idea. I was supposed to clean up my grill today. I didn't have time to get to that at all. Because I was busy at the Mexican food store looking for huacate. A thing which isn't even from that country. So, what you gonna do? Oh, we don't want foil. We want Flex Seal. That's all good. Koji is really interesting. It adds this amazing fruitiness. Like it even says so in the thing, right? Here in the recipe. It's so surprising, right? Because you have rice all the time. We all eat rice all the time, right? And you never think of rice as fruity. But it says, after 24 hours, you should be met with a faintly yeasty, mushroomy, sweet fragrance. The grains appear... The grains with loosely bound lumps should appear white, as though dusted by flour. If dusted appearance is not uniform or is poorly developed, quickly and carefully mix the rice, rewrap it, check the internal temperature, allow the bundle to incubate for several more hours. When I did this last time, it took about 3 days, 4 days. I guess I made it 2 times. I think I did make koji twice, because I made a miso out of corn, and then I made one out of hazelnuts. So this will return in the future. We're going to see what we can miso. We're going to miso fucking everything, man. So, but it's like sweet, right? But not only is it sweet, koji makes things, they bring out a very fruity character in a lot of stuff, which honestly is, I don't know what that is, right? Because rice doesn't have that flavor, right? You taste good sake. It tastes very fruity. And that is all the koji's work. Like the koji does that entirely. It's kind of astounding. I don't know. We've got about 30 minutes till our buns are done proofing. Might as well get some burgers, some der burgers going. Ready for tomorrow. Try to make tomorrow as frictionless as possible, since I gotta clean the whole fucking grill. I love spilling water on the counter. It's always good. Drink water, they said. It'll be good, they said. All right. Let's move on. Are you guys burger purists? Does your burger have to be just meat and salt and pepper? Do you like a little bit of minced onion? Do you like a little onion powder instead? Do you like garlic powder? Do you like a little garlic instead? I've got 80-20, 3 pounds of it, and then another pound of 73-27. I thought I got 80-20 as well. Did anyone notice that because they're calling this 73-27 regular ground beef, like regular. Is it made in Klein? Huh. Weird. But yeah, they're saying 73 is the new like regular ground beef, and now they're saying the 80-20 is like ground beef chuck, right? And like it used to, the default used to be 80%. And now it's 73%, right? That's why I was saying, like, you know, we should be eating more heart and stuff because it is super lean and really good for you. And there's no way they can try to pull a fast one on you and just add more fat and be like, yeah, that was always like that. You know what I mean? Like, you can't, like, a heart's a heart, right? It's a cut of meat. This is fungible. This can be interchanged with a bunch of other things. They could have put a different cow in this than another cow, and how the hell can I know, right? Whereas like a cut of meat, like it's hard to lie to you about a cut of meat until they make lab-grown meat, which is going to take forever, an eternity. I'm not sure that's ever really going to pan out. We already have a machine that grows meat pretty well. It's called a cow. So, I don't know. Just doesn't really make sense from like an efficiency standpoint. I don't know. Takes grass and land you can't farm on, and makes protein out of it. Sounds pretty remarkable to me. Anyways, we're gonna add some salt and pepper to this. And what do you think? Do you think minced onion and garlic, or do you think onion powder and garlic powder? What do you think? Huh? What does the producer think? What does the chat think? Huh? You like the fresh ingredients? All right. Fresh ingredients it is. We still have some homegrown onions over there. So we're just going to finely dice onion and press some garlic into this thing. I don't want any fucking plastic in it. Fucking, come on, motherfucker. There we go. Get you in there. I always hate getting meat out of these like tubes. Feels like a losing game. You're always like, I wish there was like almost even like a perforated edge you could just snap open or something. You know what I mean? There we go. All right. Whatever. Let's add a bunch of salt and pepper. Press some garlic. Oh, you know what? We might be out of garlic. Because I put it all in that sauce that didn't need that much garlic in it. Woo! Woo! You know what I should do right now? Last week, we got a bonus melon, and I turned it into juice and made like a cantaloupe rum drink out of it. And I want to save some of that for tomorrow for my Dungeons and Dragons group. So we'll pull it out right now before we forget about it like a rice. Arroz no recuerdo. Rice non-remembered. All right. Well, now it's time to return to the slightly messy, very useful cutting board. Here, and let's fuck up our drink and everything. Let's fuck everything up. Okay. Let's get that out there. Not sure if we want to blend any more things, but we might. This isn't hot, so we can put that over there. We have, yeah, we got this cute little onion. We grew this. This is fun. Everybody loves toiling forever in dirt to try to get, you know, teeny onions out of it. It's really great. The onions are actually a byproduct. I mainly grew onions to try to deter pests, as alums deter pests. So we grew a bunch of onions this year. I think we're going to do a mix of onions and garlic. Or we might have some spring garlic, so you can plant it over the winter. We've got a bed that's mostly empty back there. And tomorrow I'm gonna try to just fucking sweep all the tomatoes out, and then whatever ripens up before things freeze over ripens up, and we'll try to pick that. And then when that's done, you know, it's just winter crops. So I gotta go to a nursery, get a bunch of seeds. Anybody have anything they like to grow over wintertime? We're in zone 8B here near the coast in the Pacific Northwest. We're thinking a lot of radishes and beets and, you know, cabbage, leafy greens, brassica. It's already pretty little bitty, but, you know. Now that we got a sharp knife, I can just whoop. It works. Whoa. What the fuck? The onion or the knife work? The onion small? I watched a video the other day about I guess people in Germany consume raw pork like tartare as long as it's like kept in good condition under like strict refrigeration, like more than beef, but like it's about the same amount of like cleanly, like it's, you can eat it, right? It's just subject to stricter regulation because it's more prone to spoilage. Yeah, I didn't know that. It's cool. It's called Met. See if I can go to a butcher at some point. Maybe we can try it. Although I'd like to probably try beef tartare a little more myself first. But apparently Met is pretty popular, or it was at some point. I don't know. According to the video. And it wasn't just like a little documentary slideshow video. Like, the guy ate the Met in the video. Kind of interesting. Saw these, I don't know. There's always new food stuff if you know where to look, or if you cultivate enough of a wide net to try and find it all. Got my eyes. Ah. Ah. God damn. I've seen people use goggles and stuff and try all these different things. I don't think any of it works. What do you think, producer? Does any of the onion tricks work? Or does it always just make sulfuric acid in your eyes? You know what I mean? Those sulfurous compounds are extremely volatile. What do you think? Have you had an experience, any sort of intervention that worked wonders? Haven't been able to try. I guess I've been cutting all the onions for a while now. Don't have goggles. You told me about somebody who did have goggles or whatever. Did it work for them, or did they just like suck it up and then they were like, but I have goggle? I don't know. We don't want anything other than garlic and onion. I'm not gonna start like, this is as diluted as it gets while still being good enough, right? We want stuff, but we don't want too much stuff, right? Everybody draws that line somewhere. Some people, salt, just salt. You can't put anything else on it. Salt and pepper? Whoa, what are you, crazy? Salt, pepper, and garlic? What are you, whoa, you know what I mean? This is a steak. Probably be just salt and pepper. If it was a brisket, it would definitely just be salt and pepper. This is a steak, salt, pepper, maybe some garlic powder. You know, this is a burger. It's all good. And I'm not doing like an Oklahoma slug burger or anything like that. They put fucking breadcrumbs in it or any of that stuff. Nah, we're just, just some little extra onion helps, We're no purists here, but we're not a bunch of heathens neither. We all draw the line somewhere. And this is where I draw the line today, Next time, might be somewhere else. It's always a work in progress. I bet Spud Buddies might take umbrage to this. Or maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I know in Texas they take their barbecue a lot more seriously. And with a real piece of meat, I take a little more tender love and care to it. But I don't even know how many cows was in this thing. Right? Turns out we need the scale. I don't know. More salt or pepper? I think it's fine. I think it's got enough shit in it. All right. All right. I'll be right back once again. This on. Yo, yo, yo. We're back. All right. We've got patties in primordial form. Let's grab a big tray. Just get them all ready. Do them up with some parchment paper. And weigh them out. Form the patties. Parchment it up. And get them in the refrigerator for tomorrow. Let's see. Not the best folderer. That's probably enough for one patty. Another, right? It's just to separate them out so we don't have too many. You know, we just need points of disconnection. I'll just make another stack. Some other ones. All right. That's 6. I'm going to make third pound patties, so 12 patties in 4 pounds, right? Quick maths. Producer, quick. What's 12 divided by 3? 4. 4 pounds of patties. 12 patties divided by thirds of pounds. Quick maths. Two, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, you know what? Actually, this looks like the shittier of the. All right. Let's see. How many ounces are in a pound? God, this shit makes no sense. There ain't no quick maths in this fucking thing. How many? It's 16 ounces, right? No, you're thinking 8 fluid ounces in a cup. 16 ounces in a pound, right? Let me consult the idiot verse. Okay. I always work in grams. Yeah, 16 and 1. Wonderful. You know, it makes sense because it's to visually divide stuff, right? You could take 1 pound of something, you could divide it in half. You could divide it in half. You could divide it in half again. And then after that, you could still divide it in half and you could get an ounce, right? That's why all these things are based off of like 16 and 32 and 12, right? The hours in the day. I can visually see if something is a third of something or a half of something else, right? And I can always third and half things. That's why those things exist. But it's fucking annoying. So 16 divided by 3 is 5 and a third. So 5.33 ounces is what we're looking for. Or thereabouts, right? We added some onion and some stuff. There we go. 5.44. That's fine. And we're just going to kind of work these into patties. Do people here make their own patties? Do they buy patties? What do you do? It's a good little guy, though. You know what I mean? Wad of meat. Everybody loves a wad of meat. Well, I do, anyway. We kind of want to get them a little flatter because on the grill, they always like They always constrict, right? You don't want to make the burger that you want to see. You want to make the burger that will become the burger you want to see, right? Hi from Seattle. Seattle. Oh, Uncle Stinky is from Seattle. Okay, cool. Wonderful. I think we've seen you before. Frando. I remember that username. That's right. I feel like I already knew you were from Seattle. Sorry, producer is getting necessary rice quotient. I will say these smell really fucking good. If only for aromatics, onions. Onions are just amazing. You know what? And it's wild, right? For a while, like onions and garlic were seen as something that were like low class because they were common. For like a ton of European history, people just didn't use onions if they were rich enough not to. And it's like, oh my god, what idiots. You know what I mean? Like it just tastes good. You know, you were just so consumed by the idea of status that you would forego the easiest, most tasty thing that even exists, regardless of availability. Looking weird. Trying to measure these out. Okay, 5 1/3. All right. You know what I mean? It was that way with onion and garlic. I also know that it was that way with barley beers. So wheat beers were consumed only by nobility for a long time because wheat was hard to come by. Barley is a much hardier crop, and so that was left for the peasants. But from my understanding, barley beers make up all the best beers. Right? Blue Moon is like a wheat beer, but like almost all the like really good stuff is like barley beers. From what I understand, I could totally be wrong on that, but like just one of those things where like dang, I use onions in almost everything. Say yeah, imagine, being rich enough to not be able to use onions. What the fuck does that being rich afford you then? You know what I mean? They literally spent their existence avoiding it to stop from being like to seem like poor. It's just it's a wonder. It's a fucking because most of the time, that's how things went for a while, right? Things would be they would either like emerge out of the high class, and they would slowly disseminate through whatever middle class there is, merchants and stuff, and then they would, once they become widespread enough and cheap enough, they hit the lower class, and then by the time it hits that, the high class is done with it. It's passe, right? Um, right, like playing cards were a thing that only rich people could afford for a while, right? And it makes sense, right? There's a king and a queen and like just all that sort of stuff on it, right? And so they, the sandwich is the sandwich is newer than cribbage, right? The Earl of Sandwich asked for his food to be placed in between slices of bread so that he wouldn't get a bunch of shit on his fingers while he played cards, because he didn't want to drop his cards to grab his utensils. And that's where the sandwich comes from. So like playing cards is older than the sandwich by a lot, and cribbage is older than the sandwich by some amount, right? Um, yeah, I don't know. And you can tell it's an older game too, because it's, you only are there to count points, but you always use a board, right? And that just speaks of ostentation to me. I don't know. You know what I mean? Why do we need a board to just keep score? Because it's all in the practice of it. Oh, it's all in the fucking thing. I don't know. What was another thing rich people went without? I was just like, I know ginger is a spice that was readily available as well. That's a Townsend's video, I'm pretty sure. He talks about spices that only working men used, and it like ginger was one of them because it was just so easy to grow, um, and so people just wouldn't use it. And it's just like, man, ginger's awesome. It's really helpful. I like it. Just like tastes good. Uh, I think of it a lot as helpful because it's just like it adds brightness. It's like almost like it's acidic. Like I almost treat it like an acid, but it's so useful. Like you know what I mean? Like that spice fills a niche that like so many things require. I add ginger to like a ton of stuff. Just imagine not being able to use it because you're too rich. What a weird circumstance. It's like 2:30. Excuse me. This is kind of adjacent to that idea, but I saw a video the other day talking about what is it called? Oh man, can't believe I forgot what it's called. Uh, what was the egg one? What is the egg sauce? The egg pasta sauce. No, it's not hollandaise. Carbonara. Why can't I? Yeah, carbonara. Where like it probably originated from like people in Italy after World War II trying to make things out of rations from that Americans were leaving them. And they were trying to make pasta dishes with that. And they had like eggs and bacon, right? Now, eggs and bacon in carbonara today is considered pretty, like bumpkin of you, right? You're not very autentico if you're making your carbonara with bacon. But the first recipes of carbonara didn't come out until after World War II. Perhaps there was some, hidden culture back there somewheres that was always making carbonara the whole time, or perhaps it was just something that was bred out of necessity, which is just how most of these things end up going, right? I don't know. It's kind of interesting, right? So many of these things are either just because of what you have entirely or because of how other people would think of you if you ate it. It's just weird. and then like it's just not even a part of like common like things anymore. You know what I mean? Like that was part of it with like hats and stuff too. You know, when there was like I remember like listening to this podcast and they were talking about like when the Brooklyn Bridge opened, and there was like people were so like it was just so they were so awestruck or whatever, and like something happened and there was like a stampede on the bridge. Basically, everyone on one side was just running to the other side, and it was such a like amount of panic, right? Somebody panicked somebody else. Everybody got fucking scared, and everyone tried to run off the bridge. And this is the first bridge that like connected Manhattan to the mainland, right? The Brooklyn Bridge, and like in the wake of the thing, there was like what was it that the newspaper remarked that there was just a lonely hat. A man had left his hat. That's how scared he was. He left his hat and he didn't go back for it. God, golly. He spent the rest of the day without his hat. He walked around outside with no hat on because he thought he was going to die on the Brooklyn Bridge. You know what I mean? It's like, and you look around today and like nobody wears a hat. And if anyone does wear a hat, it's purely for function, or it's some weird like peacocking thing. At least for men anyway. You know? I can't say for women. But like, you know, most men. Oh dude, this is like fucking hefty guy. Here, we're gonna add some to this one. And the two on top will just be big mama jamas. Fucking. These one will be big. These will be big ones. It's still like 7.5. Fuck. Okay. The top 3. Hey there, chef. All right, chief, chef. We cooking up a storm? Yeah. Something like that. I'm prepping a lot of stuff for tomorrow. A lot of these streams kind of revolve around prepping things for I normally host Dungeons and Dragons sessions on Fridays, and so we are prepping burgers for tomorrow. It's about time to preheat the oven. I'm making my own buns. I've got sourdough burger buns in the oven. Yeah, my group is lucky. Yeah, so for tomorrow we're doing burgers and oysters. It's hard to tell because it's dark back there and the smoker is black, but I've got an offset smoker. So trying to run some stuff on the smoker. All right. That's 12 third-pound patties. We'll wrap that up. Yeah, I made buns earlier. Those patties are prepped now. Oh, I got the buns like ready. Sorry. And then before that, I prepped some sauces. I had some time in South America, specifically Peru. They better say thank you. Yeah. No, I spent some time in South America and I made some sauces. Down in South America, they are really big on potatoes because they invented the potato down there. So they serve potatoes with everything, right? And they have these houses, like a pizza parlor. They have pollerias, right? Instead of a pizzeria, polleria, pollo, chicken. They'll do rotisserie chickens, and they serve it with French fries, right? And so they have these. You studied some cuisine in South America. Yeah, I spent some time down there for like food tourism kind of sort of stuff. Yeah, and so these are a couple sauces Well, these are sauces that are very close. They're not exact copies. Um, you would need some herbs that you actually need from South America. You can actually grow them. I'm in the Pacific Northwest right now, and you can grow them here. I tried growing them. The main one that we're missing is called huacate. Um, they just didn't take. I tried to grow them from seed. I'm not very practiced on growing things from seed, and so they didn't take. So next year, hopefully, or maybe over the winter, I might be able to get a hydroponic setup going for that. But we don't have that right now. So I tried to substitute the huacate with a mixture of some stuff from my garden. I've got basil, uh, I've got mint, oregano, and the thyme. There was also thyme. The website for substitutes didn't recommend thyme, but yeah, same here in Pacific Northwest. Good place to live. Yeah, it's pretty all right. You know, it gets you by. I don't mind the rain, honestly, and we are in the same growing zone as like almost everything in Peru, outside of the jungle, right? And so a lot of the foodstuffs from Peru, like Peru, right, the Incan Empire, they literally spent all their time just selectively breeding different kinds of things. And then like the Westerners came, I guess the Easterners at that point. And then they got to take all these things to the rest of the world, like potato. You know, we think of potatoes and tomatoes and chilies and beans, watermelon, stuff like that. Because they were just like part of the local culture. You can grow huacate around here. It's the same, hardiness zone. It's just people don't do it. And so I want to get some of that going. But yeah, I got these sauces. So we're going to make some like potato wedge sort of fries with some burgers tomorrow on the smoker. And I was also going to go, Whole Foods does this thing where you can get a buck an oyster on Fridays. And so I'm going to go get some oysters. You can get a dozen oysters for $10 minus 10% with the Prime discount or whatever. So you can get like a dozen oysters. So I'll do some like oysters on the smoker with some burgers and stuff. And they all say thank you, or they pay $20, or they bring like a nice bottle of liquor or a bottle of wine or something. You know, it's fun. It's good. It's a good thing to do. Yeah, so that's my deal. That's my general kind of what I do on this stream. So 6:30s on Thursdays, because Friday night we have D&D. So I just made some patties here. Try to get them covered up. And it's been about an hour. I had my oven on the rapid proofing setting, so it should be pretty much ready. The buns, anyway. So we don't need this anymore. And we don't need the scale. All right. And we've got our buns. Let's see. Do these look all right? I feel like they're going to puff up a little more in the like when it cooks. I don't know. It's proof for an hour to 2 hours. I'm not really much of a baker. We're just trying to figure this thing out as we go along. I'm kind of puffy. I don't know. What do you think, producer? Are these done? Are these proofed? Do these look like they'll be big buns? Huh? You're a good authority on big buns, huh? What do you think? You think they could go more? I also know, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Here. Let's put them back in for another 20, 30 minutes. How about that? Just trying to move this show on the road. How about let's make a drink? Let's make a fun drink. That's always good. Fun drinks are always fun. What else are we going to do? I had some koji stuff set up, but I forgot that I needed to soak the rice for 6 hours. And I got to that point where I read the instructions from both sources that I had, and they both said soak the rice for at least 6 hours. And now I'm soaking the rice for at least 6 hours. So can't do that right now. That was going to be the next thing. We were going to be steaming some rice here. I've got cantaloupe juice that I'm thawing out for tomorrow because we grew a bonus melon that I wasn't expecting. I didn't find. So I turned it into juice last week to make some fun cocktails. I didn't use all of it, so I froze it. Let's make something fun. Here, let's see. What do I got? I've got is the shit. Everybody loves rum if they know rum. So I got some Appleton Estate and some Smith and Cross. So I have some of this pineapple syrup I made out of the rind of pineapple. You can always do that every time. I just learned that, and I'm going to do it every fucking time. If you have a pineapple and you cut off the outer edges, you can put it in a container and you can cover it in sugar, and you basically make a chung out of it. That's like a South Korean, or I guess just Korean form of syrup. And the wonderful thing about it is there's no cooked flavor, right? You didn't have to cook this. So it tastes like fresh pineapple as opposed to like a cooked, kind of saccharine pineapple. It doesn't turn like into a jam sort of flavor. It tastes like a fresh flavor, which is kind of interesting. I don't know. So yeah, we got fresh pineapple syrup. Got what do I got here? Is apple liqueur that I made. I've got. That's probably not good anymore. This is still good. Okay. I've got coconut syrup. There's a lot of syrups right now. I know that's not the best thing, right? We've got citrus, though. I've got orange bitters, which aren't exactly bitters. I've got Angostura bitters. I have a little bit of Peychaud's bitters, but I've been listening to this podcast called Cooking Issues with Dave Arnold. If you're familiar with drinking stuff, you might want to check your mic. You are breaking up now and again. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Uncle Stinky. Is it better now? Here. My producer is now double checking. All right. We're good. All right. So I've got a couple rums here. This one is pretty middle of the road. I love Smith and Cross. If I were to change it up, I would get Denizen Merchant Reserve, which is like an 8-year. And blending Merchant Reserve with Smith and Cross 50-50 is like my top rum blend. But I only had, this is the cost of like almost the cost of this. And it's like over twice as much. And the Denizens is also the same price as this. So I thought I'd get one expensive bottle. And this, it gets a lot of the job done. It's pretty good. So we've got that. Let's see. What else do we have? You can make something interesting. We have Producer, is it all right if I use some of these strawberries? Would that be okay? Okay. Producer says strawberries are on the table. There's a bunch of... No, we're not going to use that. That's fine. We've got a jam. What is this jam? This is like the summertime jam? Okay. Okay. So this is a peach blackberry. Blackberry peach jam. Okay. I'm just gonna put everything out here and we're gonna figure out what we wanna make. Right? It's always good. I can always make something out of this. But honestly, I think blackberry peach jam is gonna be more interesting than strawberry juice. So let's table that. That's a pro tip. You can always shake with jam instead in place of simple syrup. And it as long as you strain it, if you don't want the the bits and stuff, right? And it does a great job of imparting a lot of flavor. Let's see, what else do we have? I have peppers. I have a pepper. We could add a spice to it. There's definitely way too many things happening right now over here, but we can pare it down. I just want to add everything onto there. We got salt. I got this I got this meme salt. We could use the meme salt. My friend in Mexico, he got sal con gusano. He got the worm salt. We can put worm salt on it. I haven't even opened this up. This is a fucking meme salt. Do we want to make a meme drink with meme salt from Oaxaca, Mexico? From the moment it is born, the agave worm spends its life eating only agave pulp. Reaching its adulthood, we carefully select and extract it. The worm is then dried and carefully ground, with hand-harvested Oaxacan sea salt and dried Oaxacan chilies. The result is the best agave worm salt ever created. Jesus Christ. It doesn't even really have like a brand on the front of the label. It's just like, here's words. Here's like, I guess the front of it. Here's like the nutrition facts, which is nothing, a shitload of salt. Hecho en Mexico por, made in Mexico for, All right. This is something we could use. At the very least, I'm going to open it up. And we're gonna smell this thing. Whoa, it's like smoke. It's like smoky worm salt. It's like smoky worm. This is so weird. What the fuck is this thing? Here. Let's get a real taste of this. Smoky worm salt. Take one. It's what I described. It tastes like smoky worm salt. It's not as spicy. It said that it was made with chilies. I thought it was going to be spicier. But I guess it's made for gringos like me. Ingredients. Worm. Agave worm. Hypopatia agaves. Sea salt. Sodium chloride, dried pepper, capsaicin, enum. All right. I'm glad they put the Latin for it on all the things. Does this have anything more? That's all in Spanish. I could read it in Spanish, but it wouldn't be helpful for anyone. Okay. There's nothing else. There's French. I can read the French. Fuck. Okay. Well, we've got I would say this is smoky worm salt instead of spicy worm salt. Let's be clear with that. If we want a spicy drink, we still need to add this thing to it. So I'm thinking the jam is a home run. I think spicy jam and maybe a little bit of smoky worm salt on the rim. But this is like demanding tequila. Should I do tequila? Because last week I was trying to make something with this fucking pineapple syrup. Oh no, that's apple liqueur. Sorry. Pineapple syrup and this cantaloupe juice. Maybe this will be a tomorrow thing. And maybe we're making a smoky worm salt margarita. Maybe we're making the smoky worm salt margarita. Okay. Do we want bitters? No, we don't need bitters. What are we talking about? Margarita didn't have bitters. We're making a margarita. The salt. Think of that. The salt is dictating this whole thing. The fucking weird-ass worm salt is the only reason we're making a margarita right now. I pulled out all of the rum to make a rum drink. And a worm salt told me to make a margarita. And here we are. All right. I have Grand Marnier. And I've got El Tequileño. Some good tequila. Let's make a fucking smoky worm salt raspberry or blackberry peach spicy margarita. Does this sound like a good idea? Like I feel like all the elements are there for something that is like ultra fire, like just like amazing. Like I have limes here too. I got limes, right? Fucking I feel like everything here is just like a recipe for success. I feel like it could be amazing, but I also feel like it could just be a complete waste of money. I don't know. And this smoky worm salt. When am I ever going to get this again? This bullshit weird smoky worm salt. Huh. Well, let's try. That's the only thing we can do. We can only learn if it's a waste of money once we waste the money. But it's on the money. Then we're going to be the next Food Network star. So let's try it out. I'm going to be the next Guy Fieri. And my whole shtick is going to be worm salt. Smoky worm salt. I'm going to be like, hey, it's Bruce. We're here to try the next smoky worm salt. On smoky worm salt, carcinogenic, what was the Latin? Hypopod, and dives. And I drive around in the car. It's probably not as good of a sketch as the Shane Gillis one, honestly. But you know, it's getting pretty close. And the smoky worm salt is really fun to say. I will say that. Part of the reason why I keep saying it is because it's really fun to say. All right. We have a rock. We've got a big rock. We have a rock. A rock. You know, I have been trying to stray away from cowboy pouring. But I always have this like little devil's advocate, right? Right? I'm always trying to measure stuff on stream so that way it's replicable for people. But also like so I'm not like just getting like completely out of pocket by like drinking too much. And I literally have the 1.5 and 3/4 ounce jigger right here. And this is the one you're supposed to use. And for whatever reason, I have a 2 ounce, 1 ounce jigger, which you probably shouldn't use. And every time I look at both of them and I'm like, do I want to drink? Or do I want to pretend to drink? You know what I mean? Like, what do we want to do here? I don't know. Do we even have 2 ounces of Tequileno? I think we do. Yeah, we do. Oh, good. 2 ounces of Tequileno. This is good tequila. All right. Let's just do an ounce of Grand Marnier since we are upping our dosage. I'm going to grab, here, let's go in with the lime. Dun, dun, dun. You know, I hate to ask, but if you'd like to follow, that'd be great. We're trying to get to this goal here. I don't even know how any of this shit works. What? I don't know. Everybody. Just everybody in general. It's always good. I really appreciate it. I don't know how to get ahead on this fucking app. But, you know, right now, I'm putting my whole ussy into the smoky worm salt drink. So, like, my smoky worm salusi, right? We're not going to do all of this other half, but just a little more because those were left for a while. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Who cares? Who cares? And then, what, a fucking, just a part of this pepper? Just where? How about there? You know what? And let's cut it into a couple pieces so that way I can easily macerate. Ooh, I can smell that shit. This is gonna play into the smoky worm salt so well. Fuck yeah, bud. Okay, we've got our expensive tequila. We have the Grand Marnier. We have the smoky worm salt, of course. We have our lime. Whoop. God. Trying to trick me. By the way, I have a sous vide over there that I've literally never used. I got it on Facebook Marketplace, and I've wanted to use it, but I literally can't even contemplate how I would. Okay. Let's add like a spoonful of jam. And honestly, you know, I know the Grand Marnier is pretty sweet as it is. And that's why I'm balancing it out with the pepper and the smoky worm salt, of course. Smoky worm salt balances all. All right. I think this will be either amazing or completely horrible. And it all hinges upon the smoky worm salt. I should have saved the big rock for in the glass. But hey, check this shit out. I've got an even bigger rock. We have these stupid fucking diamond guys. So we're going to use one of those. How about that? We're going to put this in a fancy schmancy worm glass. Dude, this worm salt, I can't get over it. I don't know why. I totally forgot that it was there, and it took me completely by surprise. And now that's my existence right now, is just this fucking worm salt. Worm salt. What the fuck even is that? You gonna take tequila shots with this worm salt? Only the best worm salt money can buy. Huh? What? Okay. Let's just really try to lay it on thick, because these granules of worm salt are like really big. So I don't even know like if it's gonna want to stick. Like it doesn't even want to stick. Like what the fuck? Do I need to put the jam on it? Like just really get the fuck on there, right? This is all you're supposed to do. You're supposed to take like lime, right? And then you're supposed to just... Oh no. Worm salt, you betrayed me. Oh, you're just so barely even sticky. You know, you would think worms are sticky, right? But this worm salt is not wanting to stick. This is like, you're betraying your nature, worm salt. That's a fair amount, but I have to be very gentle with this, or it's all gonna just fall off. But I think that's about as good as we can get on here. The gentle worm salt. Just grab this fucking... Alright. Whoop. You got some big chunks. Big chunkus. Oh, here we go. Here's the piece. This piece. Like a spear. Yeah, look at that. That looks pretty good. Alright. I added a fair amount of extra alcohol. Give it a little extra shake. I think in this case, dilution would be appreciated. I can do the how to drink fucking double strain. The really... Ooh, I can smell that pepper though. Ooh, fuck. Okay. The double strain. The fucking... I don't even know his name, but here we go. Here's the worm salt margarita of your fucking dreams. Ooh. It does look like a drink that you would get in like an alien bar or something. You know what I mean? I wonder if it tastes good. I can smell this pepper. For real. Producer, would you like to take a picture of this? Is this good? Is this a picture-worthy event? Is this a canon event? Take a picture of this. Is that framed well? Okay. Okay. All right, here we go. Take one. Smoky worm salt, peach blackberry, margarita, spicy. Really good. Wow. That is really fucking good. Jesus Christ. Damn. All right. I guess it is high quality worm salt. I guess they didn't lie. It's spicy. I think I picked just the right amount where the yeah, cheers. Where like the spice makes me want to drink it a little slower than I would normally want to drink it. I'm not completely knocking this smoky worm salt. I think this is something. It's not a bad. I've had smoked salt before. It's almost exactly like like it's almost exactly like smoked worm salt. It's almost exactly like smoked salt that I've had before, but there's almost like a little bit of umami in it. I guess that's what you would say. You just have to get past the smoky worm salt, like the worm part of it. But I've said worm 50,000 times so far, so the word means nothing to me anymore. The worm means nothing to me. Okay, great. Well, there we go. We made a fancy drink. Fancy drink for a fancy man. I think a lot of it just has to do with whatever they smoked it in. I wish they would have written down what they fucking smoked it in. Because I'm getting some good smoky flavors. Da, da, da. Sorry. Big clangs. Clangety clang. All right. What's up? Is that doing all right? Is it cutting out?
Oh, when you go over there.
Okay. It cuts out sometimes when I'm over there. Sorry. Let's make sure we got all of this. Nobody wants to leave any of it behind. All right. We got our smoky worm salt drink. Everything is wonderful. Let's see. Those things have been proofing for like 30 more minutes. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and we will check these once more. Cool. Thanks for the follow. I hope the drink was worth it. It was good. No, it's interesting, right? It's just one of those things where you have to like slowly amass all these little tidbits and things to try to get some sort of cohesive new ideas going on. Are you sure this is the is this not the blueberry one? It's small. Is this blackberry peach? Okay. Sorry. I think maybe this one had more cinnamon than the last one we did. So that's good. But yeah, you have to like just get all these weird little tidbits, and then you have to like amass a bunch of them to where you can actually get some sort of interesting like kind of vibe going on, right? Making Peruvian stuff, making Japanese stuff. Honestly, there's a lot of crossover with Peruvian Japanese. Um, People in Japan love Peru. because they both do raw fish. They're both like very similar in that regard. There's a whole genre of Peruvian Japanese fusion called like Nikkei. It's kind of interesting. Like Nikkea. It's a whole genre. Like, and there's also Chifa, which is Peruvian Chinese fusion. And the Peruvians are like super punk rock with it, where they just like take stuff, mass it into themselves, and just march forward with whatever. Like their national dish is lomo saltado, which is a stir fry that has soy sauce in it, but it also has like is served with potatoes and rice, and it's got like tomatoes and peppers in it. So it's like just they just take whatever works and they march forward, right? They love food, that's for sure. All right, let's check these buns. Huns. Okay. What about now? What about now, Mr. Krabs? What do you think about this now? These look bigger. They're more proofed. Okay. I think the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding is saying it's about time to fucking make these buns. So we're going to preheat this to 375. Boop. We're going to make egg wash and get some sesame seeds on these. Right. It's one of those things where you don't want to be too gentle, but you don't want to be like too harsh, right? You got to like find the right amount of yanking these things off, right? I'm sure a lot of aestheticians also find out that perfect balance, right? You can't go too hard, but you can't go too soft. You have to go a certain amount of hard, or it doesn't work. There we go. Cool. I think those buns are fairly proofed. They look sad right now, but don't we all? Okay, we need egg, and we need a waters, and we need ramekin. Okay. And sesame seeds. We've got our fun ramekin. Let's see how much water it called for. I cannot remember. All right. Sorry. Responded to a text. Always great to have too many things. Wakate, fucking blah, blah, blah. Give me the printable stupid recipe, but don't open it in the browser. Because why would we want to have it saved for later? We would always like to have to open it up. Okay. I can bake. It doesn't have that part. What the fuck? Where the fuck? Okay, here we go. An egg and a tablespoon of water. I haven't really done egg wash before, but egg, tablespoon of water, and then sprinkle sesame seeds. Okay, cool. An egg. Ta. Always compost your eggshells. Tomatoes require calcium for their skins. If you don't have enough calcium in the soil, it will blight. And they will get these weird gray splotches on the bottom of them. Where the fuck is the sesame seeds? Producer, do you know where the sesame seeds are? Our pantry's a mess right now. I've been trying to get it figured out, but I haven't had enough time to figure it out because I'm an idiot. Can you find me the sesame seeds? Oh, they're literally right there. I'm sorry. The circumstances of my life are driving me insane. What? Oh. There's a fucking ice cream cap on the bottom of this. Everything is going awry at the same time. I don't know how that happened. I thought that's what you were trying to mention. There you go. Fix your ice cream, got you Coca-Cola. In return for showing me the most obvious item in the pantry. It's just one of those things where that's what life is throwing at you. And I totally fucking got too many things in this. Okay, great. Wonderful. All right. I don't care about anything in that drawer. Let's get just a fucking regular ass spoon. A tablespoon of water. Let's use a spoon I was at my table. Okay, that's fine. That's a tablespoon. Okay, and then we're gonna just fucking here. I don't want to get it on my expensive ass drink. Has anybody in the chat ever done an egg wash before? Here. It's probably better to stir it with a fork than a spoon, that's for sure. But you can't exactly pull up water with a spoon, or with a fork, rather. God damn. Anybody ever egg wash? Wash your car, your Hyundai Sonata in eggs? No? Just me? Alright. It's really effective at stripping the paint, I'll tell you that. It's spicy in like the best way. God damn. Spicy enough to where you want to forget about it until you want another drink. You know what I mean? But not to where you like want to just down it right there. Wow, that's really good, honestly. Another win for, experimentation. That's what we're here for. We're at like 240 in the oven. 240 in the oven. So we've got another 125 degrees. So let us get our egg wash. And we can sprinkle our sesame seeds. Sesame. Open sesame. I'm not sure if the one egg is meant to cover 12 because I'm doubling the batch, but I'm not doubling the egg wash. So if we run out, we run out, and that's fine. Because I can always add another egg and make another egg wash. Or it could be one of those things where, no recipe can call for half an egg, right? So perhaps one egg wash is enough for 12 buns. I mean, we're halfway through, and I see no end in sight. So I think we're probably good. We'll just round robin these fuckers until we're out of egg wash, right? All right. Man, getting some stuff done. Oh no. My little fucking spreader left a hair on the. That's concerning. I hope it's not doing that all the rest of the time. Perhaps we need another brush. Perhaps the bristles are spent in this brush. Sure hope not. But I'd rather not be eating the bristles, right? This is kind of what we're coming to with all the like Teflon and all this shit. That's why I tried to use cast iron and stuff. Part of the reason is just like, yeah, I don't want to eat plastic. I don't want to eat bristles and weird bullshit. At least with this, because most of the time I'm doing this with like a barbecue sauce with this brush. And if that's the case, then here, you know what? Maybe we start with sesame seeds. No, that's gonna get fucked up because it's gonna brush the sesame seeds around. But yeah, like most of the time I'm doing. Oh my God, there's another one. Okay, perhaps this brush is suspect. I could see that being the case. There's two bristles in 10, 12, 16, 18. That's not good, right? You don't want to be eating those. Here's the third one. Okay. I'm about ready to never use this again. We're lucky this time because I can see through whatever I'm layering on. Normally when it's barbecue sauce, you can't really see. Shouldn't be eating this stuff though, right? I'm just going to keep layering on. Like at least I can see it, right? Until we run out of stuff. It'll help it get a more golden brown, which is always good. And there's a fourth bristle. This is actually a good test. We need to get a new one of these things. You guys should test your own stuff too. You ever have an egg wash, use a suspect brush because you can always see it, right? Most of the time we're brushing stuff we can't see. But this time we can. All right, that's about all we've got in here. Producer, might I throw this away? Okay, great. We're just going to throw this away. We've had it for a while. And it's just one of those things where you need to cycle things out or you need to transition to something that's a little better. And it's good to always like audit your equipment, right? And that's a circumstance where, it's about time to change shit out. What are we at? 365. We're almost at 375. Let's get some sesame seeds, right? Everybody loves sesame seeds on their bun. Why is that? Why do we have the sesame seed bun? Where does that come from? You know what I mean? I wonder. We should get black sesame seeds if we're going to make more buns. Because I bet they would pop better, you know? Yeah. La Vaca Negra. If anybody goes to Lima, go to La Vaca Negra, the black cow. Well, you don't go to it. You got to order from it. It's like a takeout place. But if you're in Barranco or Miraflores, you can get a damn good burger. Any kind of burger you want for $10. It's like amazingly like good stuff. So yeah. All right. We go for 25 minutes. It's almost 10:40, so that would be 11:05. So we should check again at 11 to make sure that we're good. All right. What do we have until then? I made sauces. I've got rice going. We made a fun drink. And the buns. And the burgers. They're burgers. I was thinking about the idea of like making like almost like a mushroom gravy for on the burgers. You know what I mean? Like a caramelized onion and mushroomy. Not even like a gravy, but like just like a cooked down grilled onions and mushrooms. We don't have mushrooms. I don't know. I don't know if it fits in with like the Peruvian sauces though. You know what I mean? Because like I was originally thinking, because this is before we cooked chicken yesterday, and I was even thinking about cooking chicken yesterday, and like doing the Peruvian stuff. And I was thinking like mushroom and onion and Swiss cheese. You know what I mean? Like that kind of vibe. But I'm not sure it exactly fits right now with what we have going on. I don't know. And I'm not really growing a lot of mushrooms or onions. I tried growing mushrooms, but it didn't exactly work out. We're going to have to try again. I tried doing the mushroom bucket thing, and I think I need like insect cloth, and I need to like hang it off the ground and stuff. We got like a bunch of bugs that got into it, and didn't work out. You know, there's a whole host of organisms that like to feed off of mycelium, and I had a lion's mane and a blue oyster mushroom. And the lion's mane popped off for a couple weeks, and we actually grabbed like 3 or 4 nodules, and I was like, cool, whoa, and like, what is going to be next? And then it like laid into that part of the summer, and like all the bugs just ate everything in both the buckets. So I'm not even sure if I want to put because typically what you would do with the mushroom buckets, right? You layer straw with like grain spawn, and then when you're done with the flushes, right? You can reuse the stuff out of the bucket as your new grain spawn, and you can inoculate like 3 more buckets for 1 bucket that you've used. But I obviously don't want to inoculate another bucket with something that's ridden with insects, for obvious reasons. And so I could compost it, but the thing is, I would really like to cultivate mycelium in my compost as well, right? Because the mycelium helps get all the connections between the plants, right? They help them, navigate nutrients between plants, right? They're the currency exchangers of the You know, they're the money lenders of the plant realm. And building up a mycelium base is really helpful for the plants. So I don't even know if I would want to put it in my compost, right? So I'm at the point where I think I should just put it in my yard waste and just have it taken away. And then I need to sterilize those buckets. And then the next time around, the first time you're supposed to sterilize the straw. And I sterilized it by boiling it. And then I guess you're supposed to put it in like an ice chest for 12 hours. But I put it in a tote for like 2. And that's probably why it was all fucked up. But I think there's a way you can do it better where you soak it, instead, you soak the straw in like lime, something very alkaline. And apparently it doesn't mess with the mushroom stuff at all. But it will prevent, it will pasteurize the straw, right? No insects will want to be on it. So I'll try that next time. And that should be pretty good. Or hopefully better, at least. I don't know. Got about 15 minutes before we check. Should I make another one of these spicy, salty worm guys? I don't even know if I have enough tequila left for it. But it was very tasty. Right? For reference, use about this much of a garden ripened serrano pepper, right? Ding, 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 ding. And that measurement is only good from the end because as you get closer to the top, you actually get spicier and spicier. So, who knows? I don't know. It's fun. It's a fun thing to try. I think I'll just do some more shivas. And we will break out one of these buns when it's done. Try it out. And then I think that'll be the stream. Yeah, most definitely. I'll just put that on there. But I hope we can grow some mushrooms. I cut down a tree in my backyard and I saved the trunk and I used a bunch of what do they call it? The like wood spawn. So they inoculate pieces of wood, like the boar spawn, and you like drill holes and then you hammer in the little. It's plug spawn. That's what it's called. You hammer in the wooden plugs. And so that's supposed to be for chicken of the woods. So hopefully we get some chicken of the woods. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can set up some lights in the garage and we could do some mushrooms over the winter. That might be cool. I don't know. We'd have to like hang them. It might work. It might not work. I don't know. I got a lot of stuff in the garage in terms of projects. I got a whole piano that I'm like most of the way through refurbishing and like I don't know. I'd like to cut down on the projects that are already in there before I add some more, of course. So yeah. We're basically going to be waiting here until the buns come out. So if y'all want to field some questions or send some questions, I can field rather. I'm all ears. Sorry, I don't have a lot more prep work to do. I wish I could have done that koji thing, and I promise, the next time it says koji on the title, I will be making koji. Um, and that will probably be. Let me think. So a lot of this is gonna go to tomato miso, and that might be almost all of it. We went to a fermentation festival recently, and they were talking about making onion koji, and so you mix the koji with like just blended onion, and it makes like it basically makes like a super vegetable stock sort of thing. You know, like the Lipton onion soup mix? It makes like a super duper version of that. And so I was thinking about wanting to do that. If I don't have enough koji to go through all the tomatoes, or barely enough to do it, then I'll make koji again, probably to do that. And that might be in a week or two. Probably a couple weeks. Yeah. I don't know. But koji is not far from my mind. Now that I've got it back on my mind, I'd like to experiment with it a lot more. This book has a lot of stuff in it. Koji Alchemy. I'd recommend reading it. It's one of those things where like it has recipes in it, but there's also like a ton of like crazy information in it that isn't like exactly in recipe form. And like they talk about how in this book you can use koji to make a 12-month cheddar in like 3 months. Like you can use the enzymatic properties of koji to speed up dry aging, to speed up aging cheese, to speed up a ton of stuff. Like this book is something that's been really formative for me. Like this book is the reason why I tried making a fermenter in my garage, and I'm going to be making, you know, a new version of it that actually works without the Peltier elements, because those are not efficient enough for what I need. But yeah, I'm super excited to actually like delve into a lot of the stuff in this book. I did a couple things in it over the past couple years, but I'm in a space now, especially with trying to do this stream, where I'd like to experiment with a lot more of that stuff. And I also have the Noma Guide to Fermentation here. I also lost this copy, just Gealchemy. Honestly, it seems lame coming from me to be like, oh, I never read this book before, and like this book, I literally haven't taken out of the wrapping, but I've read this book like basically cover to cover, as with the other one. We just done some moves, and the books get lost, right? But this one has a shitload of stuff about koji in it, and there's a whole section about garum. Like I literally just opened to a random page, and this is koji through inoculation, right here, right. Yeah, a place for koji to call home, right? And there's Japan and all this stuff. Like this is a cornerstone for a lot of people who ferment stuff, right? Pumpkin seed miso, you know, shoyu, yellow pea shoyu, right? I mean, between these two books, Koji Alchemy and Noma Guide to Fermentation, I'm going to be making koji like dozens of times. Like, this is going to happen for sure. And like, I'm excited to try a shitload of ferments. I don't know. What do you think we should do next time, producer? What kind of food would you like to eat next week for Dungeons and Dragons? No idea. No input. All right. Well, we did soup before. We did soup several times before. Um, we're doing burgers this time. Next week it needs to be halal, right? So we can't have pork. And probably something that's easy to transport, right? So something that's not pork, something that's easy to transport. Maybe like a seafood thing? Do you think a seafood thing would be good? Or like a beef thing or a chicken thing? What do you think? You're partial to beef. Okay, we could do a beef thing. What kind of beef thing do we want to eat next week? I could do anticuchos. Oh, I could do what I was just talking about. And I go try to find the ají panca and the huacate for the next stream. And we could continue this like Peruvian bend. You know what I mean? Would that be good? Would you be down for anticuchos? Maybe. Well, it's beef. I get that it's hard, but like most of the time I make anticuchos and people go, "Oh yeah, beef," and then I go, "It's heart," and they go, I couldn't tell." You know what I mean? Especially if I clean the smoker. The smoker is ready for it, right? And then I can just get it all set up in the thing, and then I just bring the skewers all covered after they've been grilled, right? With like a chimichurri or something. That's something. We could do anticuchos with chimichurri. That's an idea. What would we do with the anticuchos? Probably a potatoes of some kind, some sort of potatoes. Potato. I know they have the corn, like the hominy that's like still on the guy. You know what I mean? The cob, but we don't really have that here exactly. We do anticuchos. Like, would you like it with like a mashed potato? Do you think that'd be good? A mashed potato and some sort of like mixed green salad. Do you think that'd be good? Okay. We'll try to do anticuchos with a chimichurri, mashed potatoes, and a mixed green salad. I think that sounds like a good enough. You know what I mean? That sounds like a full meal, right? And you gotta have potatoes with your anticuchos. Or the Peruvian gods will get mad. They'll be mad at you, right? All right, it is almost 11. 11:05 is when these are supposed to be done. I'm going to take a look in here. Whoa! Buns. Buns ahoy. Okay, perhaps the steam is too much, right? It's one of those things where, like, you want to open it up and you want to look at it, like, poke at it, right? But, like, with baking and stuff, I remember, I guess my great aunt, she made a big cookbook. It was like the Blue Book or whatever, and it was like a thing that was like notorious in my family, and people made copies of it and they would give it out, and it's like all these recipes for things, right? And there was one for cheese puffs or cream puffs. Cream puffs. That's what it was. And the grandson of my great aunt, my second cousin, right? He he's pretty like food, knowledgeable. And he had this book, right? Or he had the recipe at least. It's from this book. And he was in college and he was making this thing and he kept not making it right. He would take the cream puffs, he would make everything, he would get it all meticulous, he'd get it on the sheet, he'd put it in there, he would turn the oven on, he would set a timer, go to his room, go do some stuff, right? He'd come back, they'd suck. They wouldn't inflate, they wouldn't puff, like, right? It's a cream puff or a cheese puff. I can't remember if it's a cream puff or a cheese puff, right? But it's one of the, right? It's supposed to puff. That's the whole idea. And he made it like a couple, 3 times, and it just never worked. And then he was making it a 4th time, right? This is like some recipe that's near and dear to his heart. And he had never really made it before and like troubleshot it. And he's in the living room and he sees his roommate go over, open the oven and look at it and close it up, right? And in that time, all the steam comes out, right? And all the puffs never puff, right? And so the next time, he puts them in the oven and he sets a chair right in front of the oven. And he sits on the chair the whole time, doesn't look at it. When the timer goes off, he turns around, he opens it up, and there you go. They're puffed, right? So there's like a bunch of things with cooking, or not even with cooking, with baking, where there's a lot of like, I don't know. I feel like it's very by the recipe, but there's also a lot of things that are just not explained that I wish were. And I bet there's a lot of recipes where it's like, and then you put it in for this amount of time. But I wish there was a stipulation where it's like, but you shouldn't open it up because you're going to fuck up all the steam. You know what I mean? Like, I have convection on this oven. If I set it to convection, would it fuck up these buns? I don't know. They didn't really explain if it would. Right? If I'm cooking a piece of meat in here, it's going to be the same either way. But if I do convection on bread, perhaps it needs the steam, right? If I draw the vapor away from these buns too quickly, I could fuck all this stuff up really quickly. It's just never explained. And that's why I don't really care for baking too much. But I have a hunch that if I make my own buns, that when we do burgers, or if I make my own hot dog buns, when we do like brats and stuff, that I won't have like this inflammation the next day. Like I get this like really bad inflammation. And I had it before when we did the French fries in the oven, like the frozen French fries, or when we do brats and like I've eaten the sausages on their own and then I eat them on the bun and it feels like it's just like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. So if I can do these burger buns and I don't get any inflammation afterward, this might be worth it for, going forward. And obviously I'm not going to be standing in front of it waiting every time, but, for this time. Exploratory, right? They're not quite browned, but they're getting there. They're getting pretty close. So probably like 5 or 10 more minutes. Does anyone ever experience that where like the time that's always put on every recipe is like always too low? And I just always wonder if my oven is like set too low. Like I can get a refrigerator thermometer, the ones you can hang from your oven or just put in the refrigerator. but I'm willing to bet like it's dead on. Like this this oven is like pretty state of the art. I don't see why it would be calibrated too low, unless I guess it is. But like I don't know. Maybe I should get one, if only for this koji, tomorrow and stuff. I'm excited. I'm really excited for the koji stuff though. I need to get back to it. Something I haven't done for a while. I can almost see them growing. I'm gonna go to the bathroom once more. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. These buns are almost done. I can smell them now. Producer, can you smell the buns? My anaconda ain't want none unless you got buns, huh? Honestly, I really do like this teeny Glencairn. I've got a bigger one, right? Glencairn is like probably, if you're going to want to take your whiskey neat, you should consume out of a Glencairn. The shape is like very ergonomic for consuming whiskey. Right? Like a wine glass. Like some wine glass here, right? It's like there's an ergonomic, like there's like the the drink has like a aesthetic or like a profile, and people like figure out glasses over time that fit that drink, right? And so I would recommend a lot of people, if you like whiskey at all and you want to try to explore it more, have a Glencairn. I got this in a Grand Marnier, um, like a Grand Marnier like pack thing. You know, sometimes you go to the liquor store and it's like available in a pack or whatever, and it's like the same price, and it comes with stuff, right? I've gotten some of them before. For here's one that's like for Aperol, an Aperol spritz thing. I got a couple that came in one for Fernet Branca, right? And there are a couple shot glasses, right? Look out if you see one of these like some a lot of times it's around Christmas time. Different kinds of alcohols will have their own little thing, right? You can get a Glencairn. You know, all the rest of these things are fun too, but a Glencairn is really, really helpful um, in terms of being able to drink whiskey neat and get the most you can out of it. And we went to New Orleans back in May for the Jazz Fest. They've got a jazz festival down in New Orleans, and we went to the Sazerac House, so that's where they make Sazerac rye. Um, and they give us these teeny little Glencairns, right? And like, I like being able to drink. Like you measure however much you're drinking out of the glass you're drinking it out of. So if it's a little glass, I kind of appreciate this more. I've been drinking way more out of this than I've been drinking out of this. And I used to be drinking out of this before I got that one. You know what I mean? But in terms of tasting whiskey, a Glencairn is what you're looking for. And a teeny Glencairn is really helpful in terms of like, I'm going to be doing a bunch of stuff, but I'd like to drink a little whiskey on the side, right? This is a nice little tuple, right? It gets you there, but it's not one of those things, right? It's small enough to where you can fill it up a couple times and go, oh, I drank 2 things or 3 things, right? Whereas if you fill that thing up all the way, that's like 2.5 shots, 3 shots. Like, this is like too much. I don't know. And I thought it was good. I drank stuff out of that Glencairn until I got this smaller one, and I prefer this one so much more. I don't know. Just something to think about. Okay, we're getting closer. God damn, man. Mikadonudzaru doesn't, they don't make you wait for these buns. I never made buns before. except for the ones I've been taking with me this whole time. But I got a lot of plans. I don't know. We're going to be doing some beers and stuff here at some point. And so brew days, this might be like a brew day. And I might figure out how to brew a beer. That's another project. I want to get a chest freezer. I've got an 8-way tap. Here, let me go get it. I'll be right back. I got this tap in a liquidation sale. I got this in an auction. And I really want to put it on a chest freezer. You can take a chest freezer and you're going to add a collar, a wooden collar to it. And you're going to fix this thing and you can add all kinds of beedus to your arsenal, right? So I really want to do a lot of fermentation. I just kind of have a couple projects getting the way to that. But I would really like to be able to get a big chest freezer and get enough space for some 6th-barrel kegs, like slim kegs. And I think those hold about 5 gallons. And so I've got a fermenter, a brewer in there that holds 5 gallons, or 10 gallons rather. So that should fill up 2 kegs at a time. And I've got an 8-way tap. So if I get a big enough keezer, right, chest freezer, I should be able to fill up taps and then slowly diminish them and add more ferments along the way. I'd like half of it to be alcoholic and the other half to be non-alcoholic, honestly. I want to do like a lot of stuff with like ginger bugs and those sorts of things. My producer doesn't drink alcohol, and it'd be wonderful to have things for everyone, right? Because the whole idea is to just have a fun station where anyone can go and then go pick up anything they want, right? Oh, I want a cider. Well, we have a cider. Oh, I want wine. Well, we have a wine. Oh, I want a beer. We have a beer. I got a soda. I got a kombucha. You know what I mean? Those sorts of things. With 8, you've got like way a lot to work with, right? And so, you know, I think it's something that's very doable here. I just gotta get the chest freezer and get it all working. And if it's big enough for all 8 6th-barrel kegs, if there's enough on the side, you can push with argon. That's what you need to push for wine, right? Put nitrous, right? or any sort of semi-sparkling wine, or cider, I guess. Yeah. Um, Normally it's CO2, right? And then there's nitro beers, and then I know they push wines with argon. Um, so I just need to get a chest freezer that's big enough to hold 8 6-barrel kegs and 3 gas lines, I guess. And we'll hook them up to everything, and we'll get it all working. And then I bet there's going to be a lot of streams here where I'm going to be making some crazy fucking ferment that I made with koji or whatever. Oh, I got a koji fermented peach sour. Whoa, you know what I mean? Like, or just anything. You know what I mean? Like, I got a lot of stuff I've been thinking about, working on. And between that and the fermenter, there's going to be a lot of really cool stuff. Tons of misos and beers and ciders and wines and kombuchas, ginger bugs, sodas on the one end. Well, I guess I said miso at the beginning, but yeah. And then miso, shoyu. I want to do like dry age stuff. I want to start making cheeses and stuff. I really want to see how far we can take this fermentation stuff from like a home basis. You know what I mean? I don't know. Am I bad? Am I bad at baking? It's been longer. Are all the recipes wrong, or am I bad at baking? You know what I mean? It's been way longer. I literally put it in. I don't know how these people get these times. The times are all fucked up. It's supposed to be browned by now. And they are just starting to be not gray. I upped the temperature by 25 degrees. We'll see what happens. But yeah. No, I'm excited for the future of this. I'm going to try to get some videos up on YouTube. Hopefully YouTube will be a thing. But hey, another follow. Nice to see it. Thank you. Woo, woo, woo. Very appreciated. This is all starting from nothing, and we're trying to get there, wherever there is. Well, we lost the camera for a sec. Sorry. I bought a camera off of many recommendation videos and articles, and I got the camera, and it turns out that the camera doesn't exactly do what all the videos said the camera does. And that's unfortunate. But yeah, I got a lot of plans for this channel and everything. And like the YouTube channel is going to be like by the same name. I've got I don't know. I also do music stuff, and I'm not like trying to just ship everything that I'm interested in, but I have a music room upstairs, and I'm working on a video where I'm trying to like start with the regular room as it is and try to figure out how to soundproof the shit out of it, and just figure out how much is reasonably possible for a person to soundproof a room. So like that's something, I've got a lot of there's a lot of irons in the fire right now. And this is all like kind of at the beginning. And a lot of these projects are very like it's more like infrastructure, right? Soundproofing a room so that I can record music in it, making a keezer so that whenever I ferment something, I can just keg it and toss it in my keezer, and that's all it needs to be, right? And then I can just drink it at my leisure, or my friends can drink it at their leisure. Um, developing an incubator. That's something else that I want to do. And just like, you know, making, right? This whole koji process, right? I just read it out earlier, and it's like, it's arduous and temperamental. Wouldn't it be easier if I could just stick it in a box and it just works and it's done by the time you're done? Those sorts of things. That's what I'm trying to work on this channel. Projects to make my crazy ideas a little less crazy. Hmm. It smells like it's cooking, but like it smells also like I don't even know. I'm gonna stop opening it up until it looks more better. I don't know. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on, and a lot of things I've got on the horizon. We did our garden this summer. We canned like 25 quarts of tomatoes. Did a bunch of that sort of stuff. So a lot of our streams are going to have, tomatoes grown from our garden, right? I just try to replicate huacate with a bunch of spices and herbs that we grew. We got a winter crop we're going to plant here soon. There's a lot of stuff going on. I don't know. I'm really excited for everything. It's a lot, right? It's one of those things where it stands still if you're hanging around with it all the time. But, if you check in on it every week, every couple weeks, it's like, oh, whoa, that changed. Oh, whoa, that changed. It's kind of one of those things where, like, I don't know. Sometimes I get frustrated and I barely even started. I don't know. It happens. Sorry. These buns are almost done. I swear to God. What the fuck? Weird. If you have time to lean, you have time to clean. Wipe that counter down. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I guess I do. I mean, this is a. I don't know. I'd rather talk to you guys. I clean a lot of stuff off the you know off the stream, right? I'm here to entertain while you're here, right? I'm not here to clean. I do clean a fair amount of stuff, but typically not while we're streaming. But that's all right. It's a good idea, honestly. Did you see the worm drink? Gonzo and Bros? I made a worm drink. Gusano. Sal con gusano drink. I don't know. We're too busy to clean. We're busy making worm drinks. Tequila worm. See? Gusano. I made it with this salt. Do you want me to make it again? Whoa. My producer hates it when I make 2 worm drinks in a row. But who gives a shit what she thinks? What? No, it's fine. I made like a margarita with this salt worm. Is the producer your wife? Nah. Get real. No, I had worm salt, and I did it with. Whoop. I did it with leño. Here, let me grab all the stuff. So I made like a real deal Grand Marnier. Or I made a real deal margarita with Grand Marnier. And then I used El Tequileno, but I'm not sure if I have enough to make another one. Perhaps producer is not wife. But maybe eventually. Where the fuck did I put the... Okay. So these are done. These are spent. Here. I don't even know if I have more lime. Okay, great. I do have more lime. So I did basically like a real deal margarita with real tequila and real Grand Marnier, and the worm salt, and then just make a copycat Applebee's margarita with gummy worms. Come on, I want to actually drink it and enjoy it, right? I don't want to like wake up tomorrow with like in like a ditch or whatever. Right? We're here to enjoy. Right? So I made like a real deal margarita, right? This is all real margarita stuff, right? And then you have like the salt, the worm salt, and then I did it with this jam that is we made this, it's a blackberry peach. This is like one of my favorite summer combinations. It's like a very summer flavor, right? There's only a specific time when the peaches and the blackberries are in season at the same time. And that's when you can make that jam, or you can make a pie with it, or whatever, right? So there's that. And then we also used some serrano pepper that I grew. Yeah. Here. Let's try again. And we did the Fancy Man double strain fucking. I'm fine with having another one, honestly. Damn. I forgot how spicy it was, though. Why is it so spicy? The jam actually sounds awesome. Yeah, gulp. That jam actually sounds awesome. I made some strawberry jam with black pepper. Yeah, this is it's mainly like blackberry peach with like some lemon and ginger, honestly. This stuff is like really good. Super strong summer flavors. There's still some pepper in here, so we're just going to add a smaller piece than we did last time because I'm a pussy and all that shit. Everybody, I just sharpened these knives today, so all right. a pepper, a popper, a big fucking Whopper. Okay. Yeah, I probably should. We actually grew some red onions, and I put the last of them in the hamburger patties that I'm making tomorrow for my Dungeons and Dragons group. That's actually the impetus for this stream. Is I always make a big meal for my Dungeons and Dragons group, and they go good on everything. They definitely do. Yeah. That's typically how I do my pickled red onions. I pickle them with a couple serranos. I do a bay leaf, some black peppercorns, and a little bit of brown sugar, and then just fill it up with white distilled vinegar or half and half water and apple cider vinegar, depending on how much time I have. If I need it tomorrow or today, it's full on white vinegar. If I need it in a couple days, it's half and half apple cider and water. Sorry. But yeah. Here, let me pour more of my expensive tequila to show you my weird, dumb worm drink. Oh shit! It's almost exactly 2 ounces. Well, sounds like El Tesoro can wait till another day. This one is fine. And we can do an ounce of Grand Marnier. Oh no! I don't do Casamigos. Casamigos says it's 100% agave, but because of how Mexico standards work, they're allowed to add 1% of anything else. And apparently Casamigos adds a shitload of glycerin, which is why it tastes so sweet and like vanilla, because they add a bunch of stuff. No. This is El Tequileno. Please try this. It's really good, and it tastes like how it should taste. It doesn't taste like a candy bar. I'm not trying to be like holier than thou or anything like that. I'm just trying to I'm trying to try what is real. But agave is natural sugar. Why add more sugar? Well, okay, so the thing is all the sugar in the agave has been fermented into alcohol, which has been distilled, and then that is what the tequila is, right? And then afterwards, they aren't happy with the end product, so they add glycerin. They do that. I mean, there's a website called tequilamatchmaker.com, and that's a good thing to check. Whoop. Great. I am a little bit overdue on my buns. I guess they didn't exactly rise exactly how I would want them to. But here, let's not burn my hands. That's a good idea. Let's not do that. This is my first time making burger buns. Where did okay, great. I gotta go get all the hot pads from the other side of the house. No, tequila matchmaker. Yeah, I think it's just the egg. It's just the egg on the bottom that doesn't like it. The egg on the top likes it. I don't know. Here, let's check some of these. But basically, what? Yeah, they look fine. No, I think it's just the egg, right? It's the egg. I smelled something before it started being a problem. I might sound like a heathen, but like Monte Alban. Yeah, see, I just don't. I'm not one of those people who's like trying to be holier than thou. I'm just trying to figure out, right? Because like if the Mexicans take their tequila a certain way, who am I to judge, right? But then if they take it that way, and then I don't like it that way, but I insist that we have it a specifically different way, like that feels like even also that sounds also like fucked up. You know what I mean? I'd rather figure out how the people of the place where it comes from like the thing that it is, and then just decide if I like that thing or not. And if I don't like it, then I just move on. But if I like it, then I stick with it and enjoy it, right? And so, like, the thing with Casamigos, like, apparently it used to be better, right? Before what's his face sold it. Why can I never remember his name? Producer is George Clooney. George. Why the fuck? He doesn't look like a George at all. That's the whole reason. There's multiple times I've forgotten this person's name over the past couple months. It's because his name doesn't. He doesn't look like George, right? Doesn't look like George Washington. George Clooney did Casamigos, right? Mexico is really regional with its taste too. I mean, I guess that's true. It's just like, you know, like there are some. I mean, adding glycerin to your tequila is pretty brand new, or if not brand new, it's like it's pretty recent, right? In the sense that, like, you know, you don't want to. I don't know, man. I had Casamigos because my parents recommended it to me, and I tried it and went, "Wow, how did they do this?" And I looked it up, and they went, "There's glycerin in it. They put glycerin in it." And I went, "Oh, shit, damn. Well, that sucks." Did I over bake these? I don't even know. I don't know how to bake anything. And then Dwayne the Rock made tequila, and it's not that great either. Well, honestly, that's the thing, right? Casamigos set the standard for celebrities making tequila, right? And then George Clooney sold it when it was good, and it became bad, and then everyone looked at a bad tequila and went, "Well, I guess this is what we do. We just make bad tequila." Um, and then you get like what Jenner, which one sold the Kendall Jenner did like another tequila brand, and it's just like, what the fuck even is this? Um, like maybe I like need to like let this like steam in its own deal. It's not burned. It looks like nice. It looks like the amount of done you would want on a burger, but it feels like it's overdone. But it said that it would be golden brown. Like this feels even better than those do. Why the fuck is that? Man, the mysteries. I haven't tried Aaron Paul's and Bryan Cranston's tequila Dos Amigos. I haven't either. I mean, I don't know. I'm busy trying to make this drink. I forget even I put the tequila in it. I put the Grand Marnier. I put the Grand Marnier in it. We got the pepper in it. And I forgot the jam and the lime. Sorry. Too many things at the same time. Yeah, we'll do a good scoop. And we have the salt worm We have the salt worm deal. All right. So that is everything but the lime, which we have a lime right here. So let's cut it. Dun-dun. For whatever reason, I believe Bryan Cranston. He seems like an honorable man, even though he literally just plays like unhonorable people in terms of Breaking Bad. And I guess Malcolm in the Middle, he's like kind of honorable, but he's also kind of not honorable. He's like not honorable in the same way that like in Paradise Lost, like the devil is not honorable, right? You're like, oh man, dude, it sucks what you went through, and like you're kind of fucked up for being a weirdo, but I fucks with you. You know what I mean? And so I am inclined to try their tequila. At some point, I will try it, and I will try to give it an honest review. But that's not okay. I All right, we figured it out. That was on the receiver side of things, not the transmitter side of things. Um, Thank you, and thank you for the idea. I think honestly, I think at this point I should just like put these in a container with a little ramekin of hot water and just let them steam for a while. Honestly, I think that's what I should do. And let them chillax. This one seems pretty like I don't know. I'm a fucking idiot. I ain't never done this before. Feed them to the birds. No, no. Unless you mean me and my friends are birds. I worked hard on those buns. I folded them and formed them. It will be better next time, but everyone will drink them this time. Or they'll eat them. Sorry. Fucking staring at a drink, telling you to eat. God damn. Too many things. Here, we want the worm salt. Give me the worm salt. We're almost done. I promise. Everybody in the world, we just need the worm salt. Give me this fucking worm salt. Sal de worm. I don't even know what the fuck a worm salt. God damn it. It doesn't even. This is so dumb, man. Worm. Get on here, worm. God damn it. Different worm. Get on here, different worm. Different worm salt. It got too wet. We need new worm salt. We need new lime. Okay. Look. See? It's picking up. I think the thing is the crystals are like super fucking big. Like, how are you supposed to get these fuckers to get up there? Like, it even picks it up and then it drops them off. Like, it barely can grab them for the fucking just teeny amounts of time. Right? Okay. So we have the worm salt. Fuck. It's immediately falling off. Jesus Christ. Okay, we have the drink. We have the double strain, the big how to drink double strain. Oh shit, I didn't put the rock in there first. Fuck. Now it's just gonna be a drink, and then I have to put the ice in after. The aesthetic is ruined. Fuck. Okay. Well, hey, look. There's a drink. There's some ice in it, and it tastes spicy and wonderful. I will say that this has been an ordeal. I feel bad that I didn't get to do the koji, and another time the koji will be redeemed. I promise you. A spicy worm drink wasn't in the description. This is just a bonus on the thing that I didn't deliver on, so. All right. That's about time for us to cash out. Here, I'll do another fucking. Honestly, this drink is the shit. This is so fucking good. Oh, whoa. Spicy, tasty, yummy, weird, new. It's everything you could want. All right. Peace.